Hey guys, happy Wednesday. Sorry I'm late. I was listening to The Glare and I literally just lost track of time. um, Sorry about that. I hope everyone is having an amazing Wednesday. Jeannie Lynn, hey my fine friends, and Miss Scarlett, and James, Maylin. What? Wait, what? Not mods? What the fuck happened to all my mods? What the fuck? Hey everyone, I'm still here but working on the flower pots. You're good. Knock knock. Who's there? Hi Cat Randall. What the fuck is going on with YouTube? Hi Barbara. Yesterday or the other day, literally Shelly lost her wrench in the middle of my stream and then I gave it back. Now, what the hell? You can't hear me? Okay, I'm not muted. So can you guys hear me? Thank you for your YouTube presentation. You're very welcome. Listening while working and driving. So be careful driving, as I tell everyone. I don't. Okay, Barbara can hear me. So I don't know, Maylin, what the deal is. Sounds loud and clear, says Cat Randall. Thank you. Yeah, Maylin needs to reset. I was muted. I've done that before. Didn't realize that my volume was all the way down. And I'm like, what the fuck? Same thing I did the last few days. I've had my phone on. I use my Focus on my iPhone so that random calls just don't bother me while I'm streaming now. Not even so it will like I don't even just turn my ringer off. I literally turn on a Focus so I get no calls unless it's a couple people that I set can break through my Focus. Otherwise, it goes straight to voicemail. And then I forgot to turn it off. So people were calling me and it was going straight to voicemail. And I'm getting text messages like, your phone's going straight to voicemail. What the hell? And I'm like, what? And then I realized why. Oops. It was me. I mute YouTube and run the stream so I can chat while I'm streaming. Yeah, exactly. I do that too now and then, depending on who's on. I do need to figure out though what is going on with the wrenches. So I will look into that. But since I got distracted listening to the glare, just talking about Aiden and his new lawyer and the foreskins, especially Julie fucking Carpenter talking shit on the twit twat, apparently. I swear to God, these people have no lives but to follow Aiden's every word. The obsession is just crazy. You want to talk about people who act like they're in a cult? And I still wouldn't call it a cult, but if you want to call it cult-like, these people spend every waking moment waiting for Aiden to tweet something so that they can make a comment about it, waiting for him to go live on his fake bus stop live so they can write about it. It's insane. Get a fucking life, people. Go touch some grass. Go do something with your fucking lives. Then follow someone you supposedly hate. How do you follow someone this closely? Spend your entire life focused on someone you don't like. Your life is meaningless if you do that. I'm sorry. That's my opinion and I'm sticking to it. Mostly because Angie and I dual stream. Oh yeah. I have a project they can help with. Who? Wait, what? I'm confused. James, what's up, sweetie? Um, but anyway, that's my rant for today. I don't get, I mean, I sometimes get people. I can psychologically kind of break them down, but the mentality of the people who spend their lives focused on someone they don't even like slash hate, it's absolutely ridiculous. The ones with no lives, but to wait for TB to tweet. Yeah. I gotcha. Sorry, that went right over my head. But I'm telling you, like, this is why I never had a Twitch account. This is why when I finally made a Twitch account, that still after months, I barely use it. Although I do have to say, do you want to hear something really cool? So I updated my Give Send Go, put a little update on the description of it that my friend wrote out for me, explaining just a tiny bit of why it's kind of urgent. Um, again, for me to hopefully get this around and maybe get some help. And I'm not going to talk about it again. I mentioned it a little bit yesterday. I have something coming up next month. It's the beginning of June. Um, I am going to have surgery. This one isn't necessarily anything major, but it could lead to something major. And I'm not going to get into it today. I will talk about it at some point. I just am doing no blubbering streams right now. But that being said, I did post the new link because I changed the URL to make it easier to type in. Because like I said, I didn't set this up. My friend Shauna did. So when I went in to add the little update, I was able to like change the URL and make it kind of, more just easier, put Miss Scarlett so people could know who it's for. Anyways, I shared it on my Twitch this morning, and like an hour later, I got back on it because, oh, speaking of, I keep forgetting to post that's what I was going to do. Hold on, I got to share maybe that's something you can do for me, Maylin, is to post my thing in Discord when I go live. I keep forgetting to do it. I'm going to do it right now though. But anyways, so I went and put it. Thank you, James. Thank you. I I went to put my, link for my show today on my Twitch I saw in the notifications that two people liked my comment about my Give and Go. And this one looks like I think it's a lady by the picture. Um, looks like a marketing kind of person. And I thought, is this your first time posting crowdfunding or whatever you want to call it? And I was like, I just put yes. 'cause I didn't know who she was, and when I looked at her profile, I thought it was gonna be like, "Well, if you want me to market for you, if you wanna give me a percentage." But when I went to her page and actually looked down, she shared it. She shared my link. I don't even know this person. She's got, like, I don't know, tens of thousands of followers. I was like, "Whoa, that's pretty cool." Those are the people out there that just wanna maybe help. 'Cause I just automatically assumed it would be someone with that kinda heading that it would say, saying marketing and this and that, but she'd be like, "Well, I'll help you, for money." I thought that's what might be coming, but she apparently already shared my link on her or reposted it on her page or however you do it on the Twitter. And I was like, so I went back and made another comment on her comment and just said, "Wow, I saw that you reposted it, and I just want to say thank you so very much." So it does remind you that there are pretty amazing people out there. Um, you know, I sometimes forget in the world we live in how, that there are more good people than bad. And I got to remind myself of that sometimes. Okay, I just shared it on the Discord. Alrighty. Anyways, so yeah, uh, like I said, I always try to share a little bit of laughs, a little bit of fun, and the other Mary B is going to make me cry. And Maylin, I just saw that you reposted it. You guys are, see what I mean? You guys are so fucking awesome. The other Mary B says, "Beautiful Miss Scarlett always makes sure everyone else is okay. Let's return the favor." And she has a laugh that makes you forget all your troubles. See, I can't even read it without crying. She's so sweet. I don't do Twitter. I didn't either, and I still really don't. But this is what I mean when I tell you guys are fucking amazing. I love you guys. When I was fixing my YouTube, pain in the ass, I wasn't trying to get the nuclear launch code, right? Aw. You guys, like, seriously, this is what I tell you guys this every day, but I do it for a reason because it, um, there's just amazing people in this community, and I love you guys. You guys are awesome. Aw. Hi, Shelly. No, you didn't make me cry again. This It's not a bad cry right now. I'm not getting into it, but I was talking about how I had to I updated my gifts and go a little bit and I posted it on the Twit Twat and I went to look at it real quick as I posted my live show on it and I was looking up the name of that person I was talking about a minute ago and I saw that the other Mary B shared my link and made a really sweet comment. So it just it makes me teary-eyed when I realize what amazing people I have around me. Even though we don't know each other in real life, it's it's an amazing feeling to know that the people that I surround myself with daily are just so awesome. She is so sweet. And that's what she said. It's like just reading what she said to me made me tear. The other Mary B wrote this. Beautiful Miss Scarlett always makes sure everyone else is okay. Let's return the favor. And she has a laugh that makes you forget all your troubles. Like, she's just awesome. And I know she always talks about how she likes my laugh, and I hate it. She always says she's going to make me laugh as much as possible. So, anyways, no major tears today, no major blubbering. I will go into details at a later date. Just dealing with some shit. Um, but so is everyone, you know? And I'm not oblivious to that either. That we all have issues nowadays. We all have to watch our budget. We all have stress. We all have anxiety. I mean, the world we live in is just a fucking crazy place. And I didn't, because I was busy listening to the glare. I did not have my stuff pulled up yet. So let me pull up. We're going to be watching closing statements today. And I was looking up more trials to put up for a vote, and now I have too long of a list, so I got to narrow it down. If you guys have any recommendations about trials that you guys know you want to maybe rewatch or haven't seen before that you're really interested in, shoot me a name or case or whatever, and I'm going to go over them. I made a long list, and I'm going to go over what they're all about and see which ones sound the best. One of the ones that I have wanted to watch though is shit, what's his name? I'll tell you. Hold on, I got the list. Daryl Brooks. Or no, Ronnie O'Neill. One of them. There's a couple, the pro se ones are hysterical a lot of the time. There's one of them, the guy, if you guys maybe one of you know, it's either Ronnie O'Neill or Daryl Brooks. One of them is the guy that was like screaming at the jury. I watched just a tiny portion of it. It's the same one that's at the end of Baker's sometimes. Hold on, I can't see the chat. Got to get back. I'm just trying to get the closing arguments up. So here we go. Here's the difference. Here we go. Okay, so let me catch up with the chat. Bear with me a moment. Shit. I got too many screens open. Bear with me. There we go. Okay. So let's see. She's right about the laugh. Oh, thank you, Shelly. Hi, Kristen. Yeah, she is. She's like 20, 25 minutes from me. She's got an awesome seat for the Woodward Dream Cruise. I'm so excited. Oh, Kristen, I have no idea. I keep forgetting. I have no idea. Yesterday, Shelly lost her wrench. Literally, but she made one comment, had a wrench, then she like made a comment like 2 minutes later, didn't have it. So I gave it back to her. Now I come here and nobody has their wrench. Has anybody seen this in anyone? Has anybody seen this in anybody else's chat? Oh, stop it. You didn't loot, like, I didn't take your guys' wrenches. They're just gone. The fuck? The one on the at the end of Baker's is not Daryl Brooks. It's not the one with the judge. It's the one with the black guy with the dreads. He's screaming at the jury. Daryl Brooks is fucking insane. I bet she thought I was messing with her. Yes, I did, Maylin, until you said it a second time. I plan on going to the sentencing for Banfield Friday. Court in Fairfax County and Loudoun. If you find a trial in those areas, I'll be your boots on the ground. That's awesome, Cat Randall. You're going into the sentencing? Do you know if you can record? Because I could live stream your recording. I don't know if you have to be pressed, have a press pass to record or not. That one was a funny trial. Was that Brooks trial? Yeah, nice. We got a couple of us up in here in Michigan. We got a couple people in Ohio. We all talked about going down for the Tepe trial if it goes to trial. I don't see why it wouldn't, though. He's too arrogant, I think, to plead out. Scarlett, I can't believe you took my wrench again. I've been good so far today. You've been great. I did not take your wrench. Kristen said, never seen that happen. I've seen people. I saw Shelly lose her wrench yesterday. Shelly wants a screwdriver. I'll just take the orange juice. Yours and Angie's chat was fine this morning. Have you ever seen anyone lose their wrench like Shelly did yesterday? I've never seen anything. I told you I was having all kinds of trouble yesterday with YouTube. And I don't even know how to take people's wrenches besides in the chat. How do you even do that? I have no clue. I got to figure out what to do here. Hold on. No recording, but if you watch the trial, I got caught on court TV several times. We'll have to do, if we watch that one, we'll have to check or watch for you. Wait, that was the Banfield one? I think most of us saw the Banfield one, though. I didn't put him on the list. I'll be honest. I watched that trial. It was kind of boring. And his defense attorney, oh my God. Kept telling him to get a fucking Kleenex. It drove me nuts. Two close trials to me. I want to oh yeah, Caleb Flynn's down there too. Yep. I'm interested in that one too. It's because I'm special. You are special, Shelly. You guys are all special. I will see if I can get the dates for those two tomorrow, though Caleb has a scheduling hearing in the morning. I was keeping up with Caleb Flynn's, but then I lost track of it. So, because I posted a couple shorts about him when he first got arrested and his initial hearing. Um, so yeah, we can always rely on Raggedy Andy. That's for sure. Could watch that many, many times and still laugh my ass off. His attorney is a tall man. I'm tall and had to look up to see his head. Wow. I don't remember him being that tall. I just remember his attorney. I kept telling, like, everybody, because I watched it with Baker, and everybody was like, dude, get a fucking Kleenex, take a decongestant, put a cough drop in your mouth, something. The sniffling was just, and it was always right by the fucking microphone. And he really didn't do a good job as the guy's attorney. I'll be honest. Kind of sucked. Wait, what? You went into your Life 360? My kids aren't on there anymore, but two other random kids are. What? He's like 6'8". Wow, that is tall. Holy shit. My ex-husband was 6'4". My son's 6 foot, almost 6'4". I don't know what happened. Oh. Well, you better make sure that everything is okay. Maybe it's just gone more like everything on the internet's going wonky. It's so damn windy here. Kristen, I forgot where you are again. Damn it. It's not, we had all that wind yesterday. So I was thinking that you must be east of me somewhere, but I couldn't remember. I made a few videos of my takeaway from the trial. Oh, did you post them? Don't blow away. You're not 6'9", Shelly. That'd be like, you'd be like the tallest woman. Hi, Sarah. I have inside scoop on Caleb Flynn. My lawn care guy's wife goes to Bible study with Caleb's mistress. Yeah, you were telling me that. That's crazy. It was a rough night in jail. I thought someone was bringing you bail money. I put on a few extra pounds. I should be good. Oh, that's, it's a good one. Like I said, see, when the weight I gained from my surgeries and the weight that I still haven't lost, I can just say that. Like, hey, because it's been windy like crazy here, off and on for the last couple of weeks. Like, see, now I'm not going to get blown away when I walk outside. How'd you post bail? Yep, I labeled them 5J. It was Judge Penny. Well, I'm definitely going to check those out. Still thickum seasons, that's for sure. You're only 5'7"? That's not bad. What's only 5'7"? That's not bad. I know you're a guy, and I know guys get kind of like a little bit of a complex if they're under like 5'10" for some reason. But 5'7" is completely fine. I'm 5'7". Can't remember how you got bailed out? Oh my god, with the okay, you guys, I have no idea what happened with the wrenches. Okay, I gotta get that. Hold on, I gotta pull up YouTube on my phone. How do you even get rid of wrenches besides like on the YouTube? I don't like taking wrenches. I love you guys. I'm calming down. I do want to know though, because I don't know what the hell happened and I don't know how to fix it. Like, I don't know if this is gonna, because I know how to add them on my phone, which I'm doing now. Hold on, I was trying to see if this will work. So, so Maylin can put my link in the chat. There, does that work? Did that work, Maylin? Barbara's 5'11". And I get asked to get things on top shelves in the store all the time. I am all legs too. LOL, I hate it. I am 5'7" and I am all legs. I have no torso. Um, it sucks. Trying to find like, especially way back when, not that long ago, when low-rise jeans were in style, and then of course way back in the 90s when midriff shirts were in style, and I guess are now coming back in style because the kids nowadays dress like we did in the 90s, or 90s clothes. Like, I couldn't believe it when like 2 years ago I saw a fucking snapped bodysuit on the rack at Kohl's. Like, who the fuck wants to wear these things? I hated wearing them back in the 90s. I just can't believe people actually want to wear these things again. But the 90s clothes are coming back in style. It's crazy. I hate being this height because regular pants are too short and talls are often. That's exactly the problem I have, Barbara. This is what I'm saying. I don't know where Maylin went. I don't know if she's still streaming over with Angie or something. I don't know. Hi, Dar. Bob Marley from Maine is absolutely hilarious. Bob Marley, like the singer, or is this a different Bob Marley? Because he's not from Maine. So I'm assuming it's got to be a different Bob Marley. Is this guy a comedian? She's not mad at you. Oh, he's a comedian. Yeah, okay. Comedian. He's a white guy. I'll have to look him up too now. I'm all excited. I especially comedians that will um actually make me laugh. I see like some comedians I can watch and I see other people laugh at them and people think they're funny. But me, not so much. Sometimes it takes a lot to get me to laugh. And that's why when something really makes me laugh, like Aiden's butt dials, that's why I watch it over and over because it's rare that, especially stand up comedians, that can make me laugh that hard. And, I know Aiden's not a stand up comedian, he's a satirist, but he's hysterical. Bob Marley. Sorry, I'm looking up Bob Marley, the comedian. I'm going to have to check him out later. Oh, he's on tour right now. Let's see if he's coming to Michigan. He's going to be in New Hampshire at the end of May. He's in Massachusetts in 2 days, Salisbury, Massachusetts, Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Vermont, Massachusetts, New Hampshire. Is he only like a Northeast kind of guy? Connecticut? Because he the only thing I see outside of the Northeast states is one North Carolina. That's it. Hmm. Anyway, sorry, I'm behind again. I was looking up. I'm going to be so sad to miss all of you the next few days. I will be around as much as I can in order to keep some sanity. Where are you going? Are you going on vacation? Scarlett, you won't be disappointed. Yay, I'm definitely going to check him out. Try Matt Rife. Okay, hold on. Matt Rife. Oh, he's a young one. American comedian and actor. He looks familiar. I'll have to look at. I would love to play some stuff on my live. Malin, you got your wrench? Okay, so that worked. I was waiting for you to comment, Malin, to see if that worked. You got your wrench back. Hi, Crazy Sammy. Saw him in New Hampshire. He talks about a lot of New England stuff. Funny as hell. Well, it seems like he just sticks around New England. Called in sick today. You're playing hooky? You can play his stuff. He won't flag you. Are you sure, Bob Marley? Hold on. Let me see if I can pull something up real quick. I mean, I'm not monetized yet, so the worst they can do is strike me, and then I'd have to cut it out, which I can do. But it's just a pain in the ass. Hold on. Let's see. He doesn't have anything on YouTube. It's all on Facebook. Here, let's see if I can pull this up. Old people drinking. Where's my volume? Why isn't the volume working? Oh, there we go. He's not on YouTube, so that probably helps. Hold on, I can't get the volume to go up. There we go. Oh, Barbara, I just saw that uncle's funeral in Connecticut. I'm so sorry for your loss. Matt Rife is fantastic. I laugh my ass off with him. I watch a lot of UK comedians too. I love that Matt Rife is willing to make fun of everyone. Hey, Nefarious. He's easy on the eyes too. Yeah, let me see if I can. I'm going to play this real quick and see how it goes. This is Bob Marley, comedian, talking about old people drinking.
If you're here and you're a little bit older, and I know you're here because I can smell you. No, I'm kidding. You're only going to be pissed at me on the drive home if you have decided that you're old. So, but if you're a little bit older, looky, lissy. We can no longer guess what kind of alcoholic beverage you want. Come contemporary, join the group. Get a Truly or a White Claw, or just go with the flow. All my old relatives, I'm stopping guessing. Easter was the fine. My Aunt Teresa walks in. I go, "You want a drink?" She goes, "Yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna have a Rob Roy." A Rob Roy? Are we at the Kowloons in Saugus? Do you want a grasshopper and a rusty nail to go with it? My Uncle Frank was there. He's an 84-year-old Irish Catholic man from New England. What are the odds he'd be miserable? I gave him a White Claw, and I thought he was going to beat the shit out of me.
A White Claw?
The hell's this shit right here? That's a White Claw. White Claw your asshole, Bobby. I drink Schlitz, and you know it. And we had a hard time locating that. My Aunt Barbara showed up. She's on the tank. I went to the doctor last Friday. I still don't know what's wrong with me. Well, I got an idea, Darth Vader. Back off the twigs a hitch. Sounds like a 72 Chevy trying to start in January. She was all pissed at me because I didn't have her beverage of choice. I go, "Barbara, you want a drink?" "I'll take a glass of Reuniti." Reuniti? I don't believe we have any of that. Why not? Because I don't have a time machine, lady. My Aunt Dottie goes, "I'm going to get a Harvey Wallbanger." No, you won't. This is not the Korean War. Get the hell out of here.
Oh, that's it. That's all that's posted right now on that one. That's funny. It seems pretty funny. I'm going to have to check some more of his stuff out, man. Sorry, let me catch back up with you guys. Yep, Barb, we will be here when you get back, sweetie. Oh my God, I went back way too far. Katie D, Why is everyone gray? Who got in trouble? No one. No one's in trouble. Stupid YouTube. I don't know. I'm gonna fix it. Just give me a minute. I can't obviously do too many things at once. You guys know this. You know this, man. This is better than listening to Hanky's crappy closing. My mom used to drink that Rionette. I don't even know what that is. Is that wine? You guys are all angels. I love you guys. Side eyes. Hi. You thought that was Hanky doing stand up when I first clicked in? Oh my God, that's funny. If it's really, if on the tiny screen, that definitely could kind of look like him with a hat on for sure. I'm giving you guys a mass spanking. Yeah, I took. YouTube is, I'm telling you, YouTube and StreamYard has been just worse and worse every freaking day. I keep saying this. I know I do, but it's so true. It's irritating how much shit you have to deal with streaming and having all the problems that you have to deal with. Yesterday, Shelly lost her wrench midstream. Can you guys hear me? Shit. My computer just went all fucking wonky. I don't know if that was something I did or something YouTube did or StreamYard. Who the fuck knows at this point? He posts a lot of his shit on Facebook from his house. Oh, well, I'm definitely going to check out more of that stuff. He made me laugh in just a minute or two, so I'll take it. Oh my God, could you imagine Hanky doing stand-up? Hell no. Oh, that Rionette is wine? Gotcha. Zach, what's up? What the fuck did my fuck coffee spill the my fuck flow? What? Sorry, I gotta open my Coca-Cola. What did we do? I want to play. I actually don't. Yesterday, I handed out a lot of spankings in the chat. I don't remember what it was for though. Besides Shelly trying to convince me that I was muted and kept missing her comments because I literally had to make her own clip.
I'll kick your ass.
See, you guys know I'll kick your ass. Okay, where the fuck am I? Oh my God, Zach still has his wrench. I didn't even realize that. How did they said they all lost wrenches except Zach? How is it possible everyone lost their wrench except Zach? What the hell? This is too funny. I didn't even realize Zach still had it. Like on StreamYard, when I pay attention to your comments, I don't even pay attention to the colors. Like it doesn't even register. Stop talking about Aunt Flo. Great minds, says Katie D. to Kristen. Scarlett, of all people, you gave Zach back a wrench. He is undeserving, in my opinion, of course. First and foremost, I did not give Zach back his wrench. He obviously still had it. Kristen, why do you love me so much? Wonder if everyone still has them on grants. Oh my God, that's funny. I wonder. I'm telling you, YouTube, and I don't know what the fuck YouTube needs to do, but they need to do something because whatever they're doing isn't working. No screen, but we can hear you. Okay, you can hear me. Okay, cool. All right, thank you. Here, I asked you guys if you could hear me, and then I started going over comments from 10 minutes ago. As you guys know, I get behind. Having asked you that, not knowing if you could actually hear me, I just kept going on and on. Thank God you could hear me. Let's just put it that way. I was pre-spanked. No, Barbara, he does not have super mod abilities, and no, he can't take away wrenches. He can time them out, but he can't actually, I don't know. As a regular, because I only had Maylin as a managing mod and realized she found out yesterday she can't do anything different than a regular mod. So, I don't know. I think regular mods can still time out other mods, but I'm not even 100% on that because I honestly have no clue. I'm not, I mean, I'm a mod now in a couple channels, but I'm not a good one. Let's put it that way. Dax, I can see how to see through your phone. The one time Grant isn't live, so I can go see if we all have wrenches still. Boo. Yeah, he's always live, isn't he? I mean, literally. That's crazy. I'd sure like to know. Finally got to the barbecue place. Road construction all around it. Be right back. Okay, Zach. Hurry up or I'll yank your wrench. So Zach says, side eyes. Actually, Barb has timed me out. I'm always nice to her. This is the first time I'm hearing of mod levels. Zach, what am I an expert? Yeah, see, there's just it's called standard mod and managing mod. And I thought, because Maylin had mentioned making her a managing mod, so I thought managing mods could pin the chat, pin my links to the chat. So I made her a managing mod, and she still couldn't do it. And then weirdly enough, I guess she can't even like she's having issues clipping stuff now. Like I don't know. It's just ridiculous the problems they have that YouTube constantly has. What is that? Shelly says, Sarah, that's what the fuck is that? Oh my god, I can't see. I need to go to the eye doctor. I can't tell what emoji that is. Oh, it's salt. Gotcha. Sarah joined the towel cult. Oh, Grant will be on at 5. A managing mod can time out other mods. Oh, okay. I barely know what mods do other than time out weirdos and delete stuff. Yeah. That's what they do. That's basically what they do. Keep track of the chat, make sure, there's and I 100% that mods need to do based on the creator, what the content creator asks them to do. Because I see a lot of mods that like post links in chat that their mod doesn't even know that they're doing, and that's not appropriate. And you don't go around like announcing people's lives and someone else, like someone coming in here and saying, oh, announcing right in the middle of my live, like coming in here and saying, oh, well, the glare is going live right now, or it's live right now. Like, dude, we love the glare, but I don't want all my people leaving me for the glare when they can catch them when we're done or on replay. So I've seen that happen a lot. Like, it's weird how some mods like really just, I don't know. I just think it's not cool to do stuff like that. Just my opinion. Kristen is driving and listening. Yell if you need me in chat. Okay, Kristen, have a great one. Or not great one. Thinking you're leaving. You're not. You're listening. But be careful driving, which is what I tell everyone when they let me know they're driving. Be safe on the road. He calls me teacher assistant Sarah. Side Eye says, Kristen, you're the best. And there I yelled, she says. Yeah, mods can drop links. That's the main thing. And that's what I'm saying. Like the mods that sometimes I see in other chats and stuff that go nuts, like just dropping, like I don't mind people dropping some links in here that we talk about, but I also don't want mods that are going to just drop anyone and everyone's link. Like, that's just another, like, I don't know. To me, it's just kind of disrespectful. And I see that in so many other chats where it's almost like the mod is abusing the fact that they can post links and they can put stuff in, like in the chat. It's crazy. And when I made my mods at the beginning of my channel, I made them on the people that I knew through Danny's Discord and had talked to on voice chat, or at least in the Discord and in Rat House Media and Danny's chat on his lives. So I felt good about doing so. I still do. But some people don't have that, like, technically the option to make mods of people they know from something else. They just kind of go from whoever's been following them from the beginning, not from who knows them beforehand. And I think people that are made mods just sometimes take advantage of that. A good mod does very little. Exactly. You know I love you, Zach. A great mod does, like Maylen Superwoman does a lot. She sends me links. She sends me clips. She posts my links. Yes, mods need to respect the creator's vibe and rules. Exactly. That's why you and May are the only mods now. I only give you a warning about Danny because I know you like to try to get when Danny when he starts. Yeah, I know that's not the same thing. I'm talking like when like I said, like let's say I was in Maylin's stream and, Maylin's trying to build her channel just like I am. And it would be like, let's say she gets up to like 40, 50 people, which the first time I had 40 people, I was like, holy shit. But let's say I got a great audience going for my small channel. And someone came in there and was like, hey, Will's live right now. And like 34 of those 40 people leave because they want to go see Will the Glare. Like, that's not cool. You don't do shit like that. I only post links in the expert because he told me I can. Otherwise, I'm conservative of what I do. Yeah, Zach, you're a great mod. You listen to my rules. And I appreciate all my mods, all my peeps, all the people that come here every day, whether you're a mod or not. Zach, I must be the best mod ever. I've only timed you out because I didn't know how yet when I started. TC is the best mod. Yes, Maylin is Superwoman. And I'm only good for Scarlet. Well, I'll take it. I appreciate you. A good mod would time out Jess for yelling. Winky face. Because, see, Zach knows my rules. He knows how quickly I will yank that wrench from him if he misbehaves. Or at least give him a spanking. Which yesterday I gave so many spankings, my hands turned pink. If you guys were here, you'll get that. She said to yell if you wanted to say something to her, Zach. I follow directions. Yes, you do. My daughter gets so excited when she hears you say my name. Oh, hey, Kristen. What's up, Kristen? Hi, Kristen's daughter. I don't know her name, or I'd say her name too. And Katie D says, oh, hi, Kristen's daughter. Shelly says, Kristen. Hi, Chastity. Let me catch up here since everyone's just saying hi, hi, hi. I know it's okay to post. Yes, it's definitely okay to post Chastity's link. Thank you, Zach. If you have not heard Chastity sing, please go to her channel. She's amazing. She gave me the chills. Did I miss Alan's closing? No, Sarah. We've just been chit-chatting for an hour. We haven't even started closing statements yet. This is normally what happens with me. If you guys are here when I go live, we start chatting right away, it turns into an hour conversation before we actually get started, which is what I love. I love to do this. I love to have a conversation and talk with everyone, see what's going on, how people are doing. Oh, Broken Baker rated you? That's awesome. That's what he did to me. That's so cool, Malin. That's what I did. I told this story. I think you heard it. I woke up or not woke up. I was up, on a night that I wasn't working, watching around the tubes, and I saw Baker go live at 4:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Like, what the fuck is Baker doing live this early? And he was ranting about the hood booger fucktards, and towards the end he was like, let's do something good. He's like, look at Miss Scarlett's just starting out her channel. That's when I had 68 followers. And he goes, let's get her over 100. And then, of course, I got one right away, which turned it to 69, which turned into a 69 joke. But he literally got me to almost 130 in like 20 minutes. And I was bawling my eyes out. I was so excited. I know how it feels. It's awesome, isn't it? Jeannie Lynn, what's up, my sweetie? Jeannie in the hizzy. Jeannie, oh my God, everyone that comes in needs to know. I didn't take anyone's wrench. YouTube did. Okay? I don't know what the fuck is wrong with YouTube, but I'll fix it. I didn't take your wrench, Shelly. Stupid YouTube. Zach, did you do that? If we want to yell, what you gonna do? Oh, you guys are. Oh, daughter's name is Riley. Hi, Riley. Riley and Kristen are driving. Are you driving somewhere? Where are you going? Or what are you doing? Either way, I hope you guys are having fun. I just wanted Scarlett to yell. I can't yell too loud because I'm in an apartment. I don't want my neighbors to like freak out on me. Chastity says, "Hi, Kristen. I want to add to her excitement." Shelly says, "Hi, Riley. You guys did not get in trouble." Yes, we are a bunch of chat rats, aren't we? Chastity, you got another sub. Didn't know you had a channel too. She's an amazing singer. Holy moly. Malin, thank you so much. I don't think anyone would know if Zach hadn't blasted it. Yeah, I didn't know until Zach told me, and then when I got to listen to it, you let me play some music. Actually, here, Chastity, if you don't mind, we're going to listen to Chastity sing. I asked Chastity if she would sing my intro. I need an intro. I need her to write a song for me. But tell me that this lady here does not have a beautiful voice to the point. I literally got chills listening to her. Oh, wrong one. I always go to the wrong one when I... This one, right? All right, I'm behind, but... Oh, hey, Danny! Hey, Danny, have you ever had your wrench, all your wrenches taken? Like, YouTube took someone's wrench yesterday. Now, all my wrenches, all my people lost their wrench. Baker is such a nice guy. I want to catch up just to make sure, Chastity, it's okay to play your music again. Baker is legit one of the most genuine people on the tubes. I was watching that night and it was so cool. Yeah, you were there, Side Eyes. You were one of the first people that subbed from him. He's amazing. I love Baker. So awesome. What's up, Danny? Oh, Kristen's taking Riley to play rehearsal. Oh, that's fun. What play is she in? Master Splinter is here. What's Master Splinter? Danny Splinter? What is this? I fell asleep during Danny's live again last night. Damn it. That's what happens a lot when I lay down to like chat and have the best chat with the chat rats. And I fell fucking asleep. I'm recording a cover tonight, I think. I just haven't decided on what song. Aw. Terry's right here. That's because you blind. You was blind, Jeannie. Yeah, I got your topic page up. So let's see. You're always welcome. Okay, thank you, sweetie. Sorry, I'm so behind. I did not. Aw. I love you, Terry. Danny Master Splinter from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Is Danny, did he answer? I don't know. I missed it. Did I miss it? I just wonder if anyone else has seen this happen on the tubes. Has anyone seen these wrenches just disappear? Like you guys saw yesterday, you guys that were here yesterday, you saw Shelly lose hers literally between comments. We have no idea how that happened. And now Zach was the only one left. And Zach, I know, didn't do that. He's not a managing mod. Nobody needs a wrench. A screwdriver with vodka and orange juice. Yes, Ninja Turtle Master. I coined us Ninja Turtles because we are rats that turned into ninjas. Ninja Turtles on TV's live. So that would make Danny Master Splinter. I love it, Jeannie Lynn. That's hysterical. That's awesome. It looks like did I miss Danny? He must be gone already. Because I don't see a response. I'd love to find out if he's ever experienced anything like this. Anyways, let's listen to a little bit of Chastity real quick. Let's see. Which one was your favorite one? This is the one. This is the one that's really good. You guys preferred it at 1.25 speed, though, I think. Oh, shit. Hold on. I lost the volume. I hate when this happens. It drives me nuts.
Played my cards, but the deck was bent. Left you waiting while my time was spent. I told myself I'd fix the cracks, but promises don't glue as cracked. Every sorry wore your patience thin. You kept the light on, but I never walked in. Built walls so high for no real reason. Now I'm laying here alone, staring at the ceiling. I know that I've been selfish. The way that I've left you guessing, I don't blame you for finally letting go. If you're gonna be lonely, it might as well be alone.
Oh, sorry, just all this. Chastity said play it at regular speed, so let's start over. Okay, hold on. It's a really good either way. Going to Stones and Ways if you can. Gotcha.
Played my cards, but the deck was bent. Left you waiting while my time was spent. I told myself I'd fix the cracks, but promises don't glue as cracked. Every sorry wore your patience thin. You kept the light on, but I never walked in. Built walls so high for no real reason. Now I'm laying here alone, staring at the ceiling. I know that I've been selfish. The way that I've left you guessing, I don't blame you for finally might as well be alone. And the hardest part of loving you was realizing what I put you through. I was chasing a thrill and lost it all in the process. Now I'm sitting here alone, just facing myself and all my regrets. I know that I've been selfish, the way that I've left you guessing. I don't blame you for finally letting go. If you're gonna be lonely, it might as well be alone. Yeah, I know that I've been selfish, left you drowning in the questions. I don't blame you for finally letting go. If love's gonna haunt you, baby, might as well be alone.
Oh, I swear to God, her voice gives me chills. It's so amazing. Chastity, I wish I could sing like that. I love to sing, don't get me wrong. I just know I'm tone deaf. So you don't want to hear me sing, trust me. We're not in the club, Zach. Chastity, because if I was your manager, you would be famous, but you won't listen to me. See, Nefarious got chills too. I swear, that song and her voice, like, when music just somehow, I don't know, whatever it does, when it gives you the chills, it doesn't do it very often. I'm gonna be honest. Sparkly heart emoji. Because we all know, uh, for some reason, StreamYard can't read some of the emojis. And it drives me nuts. That's how I think I sound in the shower. Yeah, me too. Or in the car. Whenever well, I don't have a car right now, and I did it. I was always driving with I always drive with the music up really loud so I can sing. It has to drown out my voice or else I won't do it. Mm. Maylin says, wow, that was amazing, isn't she? There's probably a lot more of y'all that can sing than you let on. Like, I mean, let's just put it this way. I have never um I don't know how to say it. Like I've never sit there I've never recorded myself. I can only hear I know that you don't like what you guys hear me when I talk isn't what I hear in my head. But that being said, I used to sing in the car when my son was little and he used to look at me funny. So I think that's all I needed to see. Don't forget us when you're famous, Chastity. That's for sure. Stupid phone calls and the stupid water well guy is yelling at the stupid owner. Well, Zach, tell your stupid phone and the stupid water well guy and the stupid owner to shut up. Oh my God. And then someone calls and the call comes through the car speaker. Oops. See, this is what drives me nuts. Face pink drinking tea. Stupid emoji. Oh, see, I turned my. Damn it. Um, I finally charged my Apple Watch and didn't realize that I didn't turn the volume off. I need to get a new band for my Apple Watch, because this one sucks. My son did that to me too. He was like 3 years old and he said, "Mama, mama, please, just don't do that. Please." Aw. Aw, and your son should be thanking his lucky stars that you have a voice like you do. My family are all musically talented. Oh my God. Hold on, guys. I'm not used to wearing my Apple Watch, so sorry. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. So that's why I was in reading in the middle of reading here. I'm like, where was I? Malin says, my family are all musically talented. However, I'm not, so I'm the dancers. That's what I did. I danced. Started dancing when I was 4. Oh my God, I just turned it on vibrate and it won't fucking stop ringing. What the hell? Stop calling. How do I turn the volume off this stupid thing? God, it's been so long since I wore my Apple Watch, I'll tell you. Because I lost the charger and I was looking for something yesterday and I finally found it. So I charged my Apple Watch so I could start wearing it again. And now I forgot how to fucking use it. It's been so long. Um there we go. Sounds. Silent mode. Thank you. All right, there we go. Much better. Okay, where was I? Well, he's 15 and he's a turd. I love him more than life itself, but that doesn't make him any less turdish sometimes. 100%. That's the kids for you, you know? You love them no matter what, and you do. You'd give your life for them, but sometimes they're just turds. Totally get it. Aw. Jeannie says, I am like a jack of all trades, but master of none. Did a little bit of everything, but never mastered anything. I was a great gymnast, though. Keyword was. Well, that's how I was a great bowler up until I had to have my hip surgeries. I miss bowling so much. I'm just scared as all hell to do it now. And I got too old to do the dancing that I did. Plus the pain, kind of sucked. And now I can't do it. I can't even run. Not that I was ever a runner, but once you get your hips replaced, you can no longer do any sort of high impact anything. So it kind of sucks. Singing is 51% talent and 49% confidence. Well, I guess, but it really does take some talent. I'm sorry. You have to be able to hold a tune. Came back to Scarlett with a vibrating phone, apparently. Yeah. Someone keeps calling. They're not taking the hint that I'm not answering it for a fucking reason. Does 5150 control it? I sure the fuck hope not. I love bowling. So do I. My 15-year-old daughter is a turd in makeup. It's funny. We're all calling our kids turds. Teenagers are ruthless. He's not wrong. I don't have the confidence part down. Well, you should, Chastity, because your voice is absolutely beautiful. My mother was a singer. She was discovered back in the day. Skipped our generation, but my son got her talent. Aw. Oh my God, StreamYard. What the fuck? I was just grabbing Shelly's comment when it kicked me out of StreamYard. At least it let me right back in this time. Because speaking of calling, you guys would have been calling to make sure I was okay. Fucking StreamYard. I can't carry a tune in a bucket. And I sing like hell. That's how I feel. Genuine. Hey, sweetie. Jeannie Lynn says, Chastity, you have an amazing voice. Yes, she does. 5150 got her. Nope. StreamYard and YouTube are just being pains in the asses today, like always. Your son plays the guitar? That's awesome. My ex-boyfriend played the guitar and he tried to teach me. The very first song he taught me was Green Day because it's one of the easiest chords to play or whatever. And it was fun to try and learn, but I just suck at it because like I said, when I say talk about texting and I'm not able to do that because of my fingers being so short and fat. Trying to play the guitar with short, fat, stubby fingers is not easy. Sorry, guys. I'm going to try and catch up here. Here we go. Oh, Chessie says, thank you all. I'm going to get a camera set up sometime to start recording videos during recording sessions and stuff. That'll be awesome. I can't wait. Kristen says, thanks everyone for saying hi to Riley. She has autism and you seriously made her day. She was saying hi back to you all. Oh, that's so amazing. I'm so glad we could do that for her. Hopefully she has an amazing day at play rehearsal. And when you have her back in the car to go home, hopefully you can let us know if we're still live, and we'll all say hi to her again. My family all plays and builds guitars. I play too, but basic chords. Yeah, it's not easy to learn the guitar. Yeah, that's true. You can play a lot of songs with the basic chords. Zach says, "Hi, Riley." He's saying, "Hey there, Delilah," for a class and made 3 girls cry. Ooh, what a stud. He didn't tell me, but others did. Aw. Shelly says, "Riley's my favorite." Katie D says, "Oh, Kristen, hi, Riley. Have the best time at your play." I'm back. Hopefully you guys have heard me all of this time. Stupid StreamYard kicking me out. Riley, can you make your mom behave? Tell her to be sweet and not sour. Whatever. Kristen is always sweet. Kristen, tell Riley we love her. Yes. Shelly, this is for you.
I'll kick your ass.
Even if you're not still alive, we should all do a hi Riley at the end for Kristen to replay for her. Yes! I'm going to write it down, but just in case I forget to look at my notebook, you guys do not let me forget. We will all say hi and bye to Riley before we end the stream. Okay. I wrote it down so it's right next to me in big letters so we don't forget. Side Eye says, "Riley, your mom is an angel." Yes, she is. Zach says, "Oh, I sing a parody of Hey There, Delilah at my kids' school campouts when they were younger. I can only imagine." Aww, your best friend. That's awesome. Terry, do I have to make one for you too?
I'll kick your ass.
I couldn't play guitar if my life depended on it. She's at rehearsal for another 3 hours. Well, opening statements are an hour and a half each. So we'll probably be here for 3 hours. Well, I will be. And whoever wants to hang out with me that long. At first, I thought it was me, but this time it's not. What? Tell me you guys can hear me, right? Someone tell me you can hear me. If I have been talking to, okay, God, I'm like, if I have been talking to myself since I got kicked out of StreamYard, I'm going to flip out. Yes, we can hear, okay. See, when you guys mess with me, and then Mary B comes in like she does and says she can't hear me, I'm literally thinking, or can't hear what I was playing. I thought you guys were fucking joking with me. Thought Mary B had just caught on to the joke. But that was the time when you guys seriously couldn't hear. So you guys doing this? It's just, wait, cried wolf? That's what it is. You guys cried wolf one too many times. Thank you guys. Genuine says I can hear you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Terry. Just ask Shelly and believe the opposite. The freeze frame on bed. Yeah. Maylin always tells me I have the best the best pause game. I always get lucky shots when I press pause. Oh, KDD, I missed it. Sorry. Have a great afternoon. All gotta get ready to work out. Go. Great. You have a great workout, sweetie. Yes, crying wolf. You cried wolf one too many times, and now I'm like, shit. Side eyes. I can sing for y'all, says Zach. You got to sing in your next video, Schnork. I saw your new video, Schnork. I made a comment. So cute. I want to hear Zach sing now. Gabriel just found Nancy Guthrie. Oh my God, you guys crack me up. Genuine says, Zach, your garden looks great. It does. I want fresh tomatoes so bad. You have no idea. I bought some cherry tomatoes the other day because it's like the only ones I can buy now that actually taste like tomatoes and not, I don't even know. I can't even explain what buying like a one big tomato at the store tastes like anymore. It's bad. If they're not fresh off the vine tomatoes. So I found the cherry tomatoes at least still taste like, at least the ones I get at Kroger still taste like tomatoes are supposed to taste. I miss fresh grown tomatoes. I really need to get a tomato plant. Yes, Zach, make a short singing it to Schnork, says Side Eyes, and I second that. Jeannie says, I work out too. I raise the fork up to my mouth while eating my bacon. My bacon and fries. I don't sing very well. I just do it for parodies and funny songs. It doesn't matter if you sing well or not. I mean, as long as you're not like, you know, those people that think they can sing and they try and they can't, and they try really hard to sing great and think they're doing great, but they really can't, you know, like those crazy people they put on, you know, used to put on American Idol to make fun of. Yeah. Hey again, James. I'll plant you some cherries. Aw, yummy, yummy, yummy. My husband will reword songs to get our kids to do what he's telling them to do. That's a good one. Oh, Baconator fries. Gotcha. All right, you guys. I love having conversation with you. I could do this all day, as you know. But we're going to get into closing statements, so hopefully we can make it through them today. Because tomorrow I have a little something planned for our break in between this and whatever we're going to be doing next. So, Of course, we're going to need lots of palate cleanser breaks for when Spanky is just too much and when we just want to chit chat about something else. So here we go. I'm going to put it on 1.25. If you guys think it's too fast for the closing arguments, please let me know and I will slow it down.
So I have started far too many mornings by saying you folks, I apologize for the inconvenience, having you wait around so long. I appreciate your patience. I didn't want to do that today, but I had to do that today. Everybody has worked so hard on this trial, the jurors, the lawyers, the witnesses, that everything has to be right before you hear it. So I needed to do that this morning. I apologize. I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we were here yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here yesterday? So as you know, it's time for closing arguments. And when I was a trial lawyer, I never liked it when just before closing arguments, just before I stood up, the judge would say, jurors, remember, closing arguments are not evidence. But it's true. Closing arguments are not evidence. The lawyers aren't witnesses. And because they're not evidence, I need you to put away your notebooks because you can't take notes. But the reason it used to bother me was because I sensed that it made it sound like they're less important than anything else in the top, and they're not. They're certainly a very important part of the case. And we've all noticed that you paid very close attention to this case, and we know that you'll do the same to the closing argument. A couple of things I want to say, and you'll hear more about this in greater detail when I give you the charge. First is, you folks are the fact finders. So it's what you find from the testimony, your memory of the testimony. This has been a long trial, but your memory of the testimony, not the lawyers and not mine. So if the lawyers or I say anything that doesn't square with your memory, it's your memory that serves. Secondly, there are very important constitutional rights that I hope that you understand, constitutional concepts that you need to understand. First, again, the burden of proof in this case is proof beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And the Commonwealth bears the burden of proof. All right, the burden of proof is on the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And because of that, in Massachusetts, because the Commonwealth has the burden of proof, the Commonwealth goes last in closing arguments. I've given each lawyer an hour and 15 minutes, and I'm not going to stop them. So we'll start with the defendant's closing arguments. Ms. Jackson?
Did she just say she's not going to stop them? Did she seriously just say, I'm not going to stop them? Because doesn't she stop them both? Hold on.
15 minutes, and I'm not going to stop them.
I'm not going to stop them. And she seriously, doesn't she stop them both? Or was that in the first trial? Now I can't remember.
We'll start with the defendant's closing arguments. Ms. Jackson?
There was no collision. There was no collision. There was no collision.
Love it.
I want to take a minute to start off with thanking you. I want to thank you for your attention. I want to thank you for your patience. I want to thank you for your diligence. This is not an easy undertaking. Most of all, I want to thank you for your courage, because courage is what this moment demands. Not just to listen, but to stare directly at injustice and say, not here, not now, not on our watch. That's what you're being asked to do. Stare down injustice. I want to start with a simple truth. You folks, not us, nobody else in the courtroom, you folks are the last line of defense. The last line of defense between an innocent woman and a system that has tried to break her, that falsely accused her, that tried mightily to bury the truth. This case was corrupted from the start. It was corrupted by biases, and conflicts, and personal loyalties that you heard about. And most fatally, it was corrupted by a lead investigator whose misconduct infected every single part of this case from the top to the bottom. In our opening comments to you a few weeks ago, we told you what to watch for. We warned you what to watch for. We begged you what to watch for. Watch for the physical evidence. Pay attention to the medical facts. Pay attention to the science and the physics. But also pay attention to the integrity, the very essence, the integrity of the investigation. But you also saw something during the course of the trial that none of us might have expected, something that should sadden us, something that maybe would anger us. On full display, you saw the lengths to which some police officers will go to protect their own at the expense of the rest of us, at the expense of Karen Reed, an innocent woman. Before we examine the evidence in the case, which we will do, we need to understand the very foundation of the entire system of justice in which we operate. It's the bedrock on which this entire system is built. Reasonable doubt. This isn't just a technicality and it's not a slogan. It's a constitutional shield that protects the innocent and prevents the government from punishing without proof. The Commonwealth has the high burden to prove every single element of every single charge beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. As I said, those powerful words are not just some legal jargon. They're your mandate, they're your obligation, they're your community's protection against injustice. In our system of justice, Karen Reed sits here today, presumed innocent, cloaked in the presumption of innocence. That presumption is not fragile. It doesn't just disappear because there's a charge or a badge or a theory. That presumption stands firm unless and until the Commonwealth clears that high bar, the highest bar the law provides, proof beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. That means at the end of this case, at the end of the trial, you think about one or more of the charges, you think, you know what, maybe that's true. It might be true. Then you vote not guilty. If you think it's possibly true or probably true, your vote must be not guilty. If someone among you thinks it's likely true or even very likely to be true, your vote is not guilty. It's because none of those standards, maybe, might be, possibly, probably, likely, very likely, none of those meets the extraordinary burden of beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. A moral certainty means a level of confidence so strong, so incredibly unshakable that you would go home, look your loved ones in the eye and say, I am certain. Not probably, not likely. I'm morally certain, and my certainty remains unshakable. The law defines moral certainty as the highest level of certainty known in all human affairs. Think about that. You must be that certain about the entirety, not part of, the entirety of the Commonwealth's case. As we discuss this case, you'll see that the Commonwealth comes nowhere close to reaching that extreme burden of proof. Ladies and gentlemen, on January 28th, 2022, it was a Friday night. John O'Keefe and Karen Reed made plans to meet up with friends, go out for drinks. You saw from video evidence and eyewitnesses that they were affectionate, they were loving, they were in good spirits throughout that evening. They started off at C.F. McCarthy's, which you've heard about, and eventually made their way over to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. When they got there, the Albert family, they were already there, and they were already drinking. The Albert family, it's been established as a very well-known family in Canton. They've got quite the reputation. Brian Albert was at the Waterfall, a longtime Boston police officer. His wife, Nicole Albert, was there. She was with him. His brother, Chris Albert, who was a Canton board selectman, he was there. His wife, Julie Albert, their daughter, Caitlin, and his sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, whom you met, and her husband, Matthew McCabe, whom you did not meet. They were all there drinking before John and before Karen ever arrived. But also present at the Waterfall that night was Brian Albert's friend, Brian Higgins. We know that he had a romantic design on Karen. That becomes an incredibly important fact as we discuss the facts of this case. As the bar was closing around midnight, the Alberts invited everybody back to their house. They wanted to keep the night going. But the evidence revealed something interesting, that the invitation to John O'Keefe appears to have been for a different reason, an alternate reason. Think about the video of Brian Higgins and what Michael Proctor in his investigation completely and utterly ignored. Higgins was agitated after a day of drinking, agitated that it was John and not Karen, John with Karen, not him. Recall that ominous text that he sent to Karen with her and John standing just feet away. Well, he got no response. And then we see this. That's what Brian Higgins was confronted with following well text. What of all things starts going through Brian Higgins' mind? Where does his mind go? What is he thinking about after seeing this, after witnessing this? He shows you. And if Michael Proctor had been the least bit interested, this video would have shown him too. Take a look. sparring, practicing, fighting techniques. Where was Brian Higgins' mind? What was he thinking about? And then what happens? Before you look at the next video, think about what you're going to see. This next video is after he sees John kiss Karen on the forehead, after he sends that aggressive text to Karen with her standing just feet away. Watch closely, and this is what you're going to see. This is what Michael Proctor and his investigation completely ignored. Higgins is very clearly upset. He's agitated. Chris Albert tries to control him, tries to talk to him, calm him down perhaps. Chris forcefully grabs Higgins' arm. You'll see that in the video that you're about to watch. It appears that Chris is trying to calm him down from something. Brian Albert's standing right there with the other two men, but Brian Higgins is having none of it. He appears to be hyper-focused on one person and one person only, John O'Keefe. In an instant, Higgins angrily jerks his arm away from Chris. Higgins rubs his brow, and he directly gestures at John, a gesture that looks a lot like, let's step outside. Let's go outside. But John looks at him, takes a swig of beer, completely ignores him. Take a look. Michael Proctor, the lead investigator in this case, had all this footage, but he did nothing. He had access to the exact same thing that you saw. Why did he do nothing? A few minutes later, Higgins then texts John directly. You coming here? 3 question marks. It's now 12:20 a.m. These guys are not good friends. They barely spoke or even acknowledged each other when they walked into the bar together, other than a quick greeting. So why was Higgins coaxing John over to 34 Fairview? You coming here after this? And why not text Karen? Because at that moment, he wasn't interested in Karen. He was interested in John O'Keefe. This is about 5 minutes before John gets out of the SUV and walks toward the house. About 5 minutes before Karen sees him alive for the last time. So what happened inside that house? Or that basement? Or that garage? What evidence was there for the investigators to look into? What did they ignore? Laceration over John's right eyelid, black eyes, a large dog at the home, an obvious dog bite on John O'Keefe's right arm, a head injury from falling backward onto a hard surface, alleged surface, a text from Higgins, one of the last people to ever communicate with John O'Keefe. You come in here? Those words now echo in the wake of John's death. But Michael Proctor, he didn't listen. When John didn't come back outside, Karen, very oblivious to what had happened, thinking she was just left alone in the car, out in the cold in the middle of the night, she got frustrated and she drove home. She arrived back at home and her Wi-Fi connected to her phone connected to John's Wi-Fi at 12:36 a.m. It was an important time, 12:36 a.m. She left John voicemail after voicemail after voicemail. He was unresponsive. He didn't pick up a single call. He didn't respond to a single text. The longer he didn't respond, the more upset she got. Her voicemails reflect that frustration after the fact. That's the frustration that you hear in her angry voicemails. She uses harsh words and foul language. She's obviously upset. She's obviously irritated because he didn't come back out of the house and he wasn't responding. But Karen did not know what you know. She didn't know what the investigators should have known. She didn't know what was happening with Higgins and Albert and with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. When he didn't come home at about 5 a.m., Karen went looking for him in a panic. As you know, her worst fears were realized when she found John beaten, battered, bloody, and left in the snow in Brian Albert's front lawn. At 6 a.m., when Karen found John, you heard about the scene. It was described in detail. It was chaos. To use Mr. Brennan's word in his opening statement, it was bedlam. The screams for help by Karen, the yelling and the hollering, ambulances, emergency lights, fire engines, ladder trucks, paramedics, patrol vehicles, patrol officers, all of them swarming all over the lawn, just under Brian Albert's bedroom window. And of course, as you learned during the course of this trial, Brian Albert, a sworn peace officer, a first responder trained in being a first responder, never came out of the house. Never went outside to help a fallen fellow officer who was laying on his own property. Never came out. And you learned through the undisputed evidence that the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, for his part, never went into the house. The Commonwealth has struggled to try to prove that John O'Keefe ended up in Brian Albert's front lawn because he was struck by a vehicle. They have failed. They cannot and they will not ever be able to prove that John was struck by a vehicle beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty, because the science does not lie, the medical evidence does not lie, the physics do not lie. Their investigation was flawed from the start because their investigator was corrupted from the start by bias, personal loyalties. Folks, they cannot prove a collision. John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. There was no collision. So let's start there. I want to take a minute to discuss the actual science, the actual physics, and the actual medical evidence that was presented in this case. The science, it's an old saying, is known as the silent witness. It doesn't lie, it doesn't forget, and notably, it doesn't take sides. If there was no collision, what are we doing here? In order for there to be a collision, there has to have been an impact site. The vehicle had to have struck John, period. I want to remind you of some of the most important testimony in the entire case, and it comes from the Commonwealth's own medical expert, Dr. Irini Scortibello, the Commonwealth's medical examiner, someone governed by law to make these decisions. We know that a person struck by a vehicle suffers massive trauma, broken bones, fractures, soft tissue damage, torn ligaments, contusions, soft tissue injury, severe tissue injury, crushing blows. None of that was present with John. None of it. Not anywhere on his body, including his right arm. Not one bruise. Nothing. The fact is, the injuries are not from a vehicle impact. Not his head injury, not those scratch and bite wounds. Not a single medical expert. Think about this. Not a single medical expert called by the defense or called by the Commonwealth has testified that John was hit by a car. Not one. Think about the irony. Not one. That's not just significant. It's literally the most important point in the entire trial. Listen again to Dr. Scortibello's words. Question. You did not include in your autopsy in any fashion any discussion of whether Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with a motor vehicle accident, did you? Answer. No, I did not. She told you, quote, I did not see any evidence of an impact site, end quote. She was talking about John's body. The Commonwealth's own medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, performed the autopsy. She did it personally. She's the only one to have personally examined John's body, and she found no evidence of an impact site on his entire body. That in and of itself is reasonable doubt. You don't need anything more. The Commonwealth's case is done. It's cooked. Their own expert said there is no evidence of a collision, no evidence of an impact. If you want to know what an impact looks like, take a look at this. This is what a body looks like after being struck by a car at 25 miles an hour. And this is what a car looks like after hitting a person at 25 miles an hour. These are exhibits from Dr. Welcher, the Commonwealth's expert. John didn't even have a bruise. Make no mistake, Dr. Scortibello was presented with the Commonwealth's theory of the case, the same case that she flatly refused to conclude that there was a collision. And you know who agrees with that? That silent witness, the science, the physics, the data. Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler, you just met them recently. They explained they were not initially hired by the defense. They were asked by another agency to conduct their analysis. They looked at the evidence from both sides, not taking a side for the defense or the Commonwealth, completely independent. They looked at the damage to the SUV on the one side of the coin. They looked at the injuries to John O'Keefe on the other side of the coin. Both PhDs, both engineers determined there was no collision. I'm not saying it. The science says it. That SUV's taillight was not damaged by striking an arm, and John was not struck by a 6,000-pound SUV, period, full stop. Dr. Dan Wolf did the testing on the taillight, actual testing, not some ridiculous blue paint kindergarten project. He did lab testing, he did field testing, he did data testing, actual impact force analyses. In every single test at every single speed, the taillight damage was inconsistent with striking an arm. In every test, the taillight damage was inconsistent with damaging the shirt, the sweatshirt. Remember that severe internal damage to Karen Reed's taillight. Not just the outer lens. The internal diffusers were completely smashed, completely shattered. Archit testing established that all the internal components of every single test taillight, especially the diffusers, remained completely intact. Conversely, on Karen's taillight, the diffusers were almost completely gone. Folks, understand something. If any part of that diffuser portion of the taillight is broken, there is no light. It doesn't illuminate at all. It's just black. Let's take a look at a couple of photos. At 5:07 a.m. at One Meadows, that's the photograph on the left. What do you notice about the right taillight? It's completely illuminated. Later, at 4:12 in the afternoon, photograph on the right, it's lit up. How can that be? How can that be if the Commonwealth claims that those diffusers, the portion that lights up the light, were already scattered all over 34 Fairview? That's their theory. But don't believe your lying eyes. The taillight's completely lit up. That would be impossible. Dr. Andrew Rinchler, PhD, a biomechanist, explained that at those speeds, the other side of that coin, John's arm would be basically destroyed. Contusions, swelling, torn ligaments, hyperextensions, dislocation of joints, and bones, fractured, broken, and shattered. But as you know, John's arm was pristine, save those dog and claw bites. He didn't even have a bruise. Think about this. Think about that photo of those x-rays as you deliberate. You can manipulate a taillight fragment. That's not that hard. You can't manipulate a bruise. If they claim the car was going fast enough to shatter the taillight and shatter the diffusers, then it was also going fast enough to destroy and shatter John's arm, and it simply did not. How do they square that? They don't, and they can't. So they spent nearly $400,000 of taxpayer money to hire someone to dress up and look like John and paint his arm blue, which told you exactly nothing. The ARCA testing, conversely, also established that it is impossible for John's sweatshirt sleeve to be damaged by an impact with the taillight. The Commonwealth's theory is that the sleeve of John's hoodie sweatshirt was damaged by flying shards of taillight slicing through the shirt and through John's arm. I have 3 questions. Number 1, John's arm had about 36 abrasions. How did 36 shards of acrylic go through 9 tiny little puncture holes? How'd that happen? Somebody needs to answer that. Number 2, why are there no slices or cuts in the hoodie? All the defects are punctures. Punctures that you might get from, say, I don't know, canine teeth. And number 3, if the shards cut bloody gouges into John's arm, that's their theory. Why is there no blood, no skin, no tissue on a single shard of taillight?
Sorry to pause you, Alan Jackson, but if you're listening, Chastity Nefarious is looking for you.
Claim human contact with John's arm. The Commonwealth cannot answer a single one of those questions because John's arm was not impacted by the taillight. It doesn't make sense simply because it didn't happen. Compare and contrast the ARCA experts and their actual testing to Judd Welcher. He came to you in the Commonwealth's case in chief, and he told you that for the better part of $500,000, he'd come in and testify that John was tall enough to touch the taillight with his elbow. That's it. And even in that basic demonstration, he had to lean in to manipulate it to get the results that he wanted. Dr. Welcher then claimed the reason he didn't do the reconstruction, the actual testing, think about what he said. There isn't enough evidence to determine what happened. I beg your pardon? What happens when there isn't enough evidence, in his words? You vote not guilty. That's what happens. That's out of his mouth, not mine. The Commonwealth also used the same company, Aperture, to try to establish a time of a collision that never occurred. The Commonwealth called Shannon Burgess, the supposed expert from Aperture. There is a cardinal sin for experts, folks, a cardinal sin. It's called confirmation bias. It's when you decide to change your opinion to fit a theory. The most important takeaway from Shannon Burgess' testimony was how brazen, how shameless he was in trying to change the data to try to suit the Commonwealth. Remember Mr. Brennan's opening statement. He made some promises to you. He said, this case is about the data. He stressed it over and over again. They've had 3.5 years to get this right. The Commonwealth has had this case for 3.5 years to get it right. So his top expert, Dr. Welcher, prepares a report. And that report says that John O'Keefe was struck by Karen Reed's SUV at 12:31:38. He was struck, he was immediately incapacitated, he was immediately unconscious. So says Judd Welcher and the Commonwealth's theory. But there was a huge, huge problem with that. And somewhere in the middle of trial, somebody must have realized it. They must have realized that the very data they produced unequivocally establishes that they are wrong about a collision. It could not have happened. Why? Because John was interacting with his phone after 12:31:38. Remember, the collision immediately incapacitating. How could he be interacting with his phone afterward? He was on his phone, opening his phone, checking his phone, reading text on his phone, and locking his phone, all of it after 12:31:38, which is the time Welcher clocked for the moment of the impact. And he was taking steps and walking with that phone after 12/31/38 also. That's what their own data showed, and it devastated their case, and it devastated that false theory. There must have been panic, I'm guessing, in the room. What do we do now? The data shows John wasn't struck by the car. What do we do? Enter Shannon Burgess. Question, can you believe him? Can you believe Mr. Burgess? He came up with a brand new story right in the middle of trial. You might ask yourself, would an expert actually say something he knows not to be true? Would an expert actually say something he knows is not supported by fact? Would an expert shade the truth? You don't have to look any further than Shannon Burgess's CV to answer that question. That was a shame. Even with the pull and push and stretch and manipulation of the time data that Mr. Burgess came in here and told you about, it still shows that John O'Keefe was very much alive and walking around after they claimed he was hit and incapacitated. Think about that. Matt DeSogra looked at Burgess's report and told you that in 30 out of 30 scenarios of the possible time skews that Shannon Burgess identified, he came in the middle of trial and identified all these other time skews that he called it. In every single scenario, John was alive and walking after they said he was hit. And that's a problem for them because there was no collision. Just look at Mr. Whitten's data, Ian Whitten. John O'Keefe took 31 steps at a steady rate, about 83 feet. And then think about this, in a westerly direction. That would be right toward the house. Remember, it's 78 feet to that garage door. That's not a coincidence. The Commonwealth's witnesses, or the Commonwealth's witness, Mr. Ian Whitten himself conceded that he has reasonable doubts about the accuracy of John's location data. You remember that question and answer on cross-examination by Mr. Leslie? Do you have doubts? I do. Are those doubts reasonable? They are. And remember, it's still the Commonwealth's burden. If their own cell phone expert has a reasonable doubt about John's location, so should you. John O'Keefe was inside, and the phone battery temperature further proves it. This is not speculation. This is science, and it's irrefutable. It tells us that he was not laying outside in the cold. He was inside somewhere a little bit warmer. Ian Whitten told you that when the iPhone is exposed to freezing temperatures, think about these numbers. When the iPhone is exposed to freezing temperatures, it will drop from 81 to 21 degrees in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. That's a 60-degree drop in 15 minutes. Now look at John's phone. It was laying, according to the Commonwealth, it was laying directly on frozen ground. He arrived at 34 Fairview and his phone dropped only 20 degrees over the course of an hour. Then inexplicably, it stayed steady, never dropping below 50 degrees for the next 4.5 hours, never dropping below 50 degrees for the next 4.5 hours, basically through the entire night. He was not outside. He was someplace warmer, like a basement or a garage. Dr. LaPosada confirmed that John O'Keefe did not have hypothermia, no telltale signs, no telltale Wisniewski spots, no frostbite on any extremity. He did not die of hypothermia because he wasn't outside. Dr. Isaac Wolf, Dan Wolf, Elizabeth LaPosada, Judson Welcher, Andrew Winchler, all agreed. Every expert agreed. This is how John O'Keefe died. A rearward fall from a standing position. What can make you fall straight back like that? Let's just think about that for a second. What can make you fall from a standing position as Judd Welcher just showed us? Standing up, falling straight back. Add a laceration to the right eye consistent with a fist or a punch, and you've got your answer. He certainly didn't sustain that wound on the back of his head by falling backwards onto a lawn. Dr. LaPosada told you that the patterned injury on the back of John's head could only be produced by hitting a hard, ridged, or ledged surface, like a concrete stair or step. What's just through that garage door? Michael Proctor never stepped out in that garage to find out. What a shame. And look at the arm. Just look at John's arm. You don't need the top experts in the country, but you had them. You don't need the top medical minds on the planet on this issue, but you had them. These are dog bites and scratches. These are animal wounds. Not one witness has been called in their trial. Not one. 8 weeks and counting. Not one witness who actually disputes that John O'Keefe's arm injuries are from a dog. The Commonwealth could not find a single medical expert, a single medical witness who would come in here and tell you those are inconsistent with a dog bite or a scratch. And it's equally clear that there was no collision. Dr. LaPosada told you in probably the clearest voice in the entire trial. You remember her testimony. He didn't get hit by a car, in her words. He just didn't get hit by a car. You remember the question that was posed by Mr. Brennan, did you consider the speed of the vehicle? And she said, speed didn't matter because he didn't get hit by a car. She repeated it 3 times because it's true, not just because she says so, but because the medical evidence proves it. The medical science proves it. There was no collision. Dr. Rentschler told you unequivocally and just as firmly he didn't get hit by a car. The Commonwealth has not met their burden. They cannot meet their burden. The Commonwealth hasn't called a single medical professional, not one, to testify that John's wounds came from being hit by a car. Not Dr. Squirty-Bello, not Dr. Isaac Wolf. Contrast that with the caliber and the quality of the experts who came in here to tell you what is obvious to anyone with common sense. Those wounds on his right arm are from a dog. This was not an oversight by the Commonwealth. It's just that there is no one out there. No matter how big a check you write, there's not a medical expert who's going to disagree with that. The fact is, this is the central fact in the case. The only fact that matters is literally uncontested by every medical expert. Uncontested, undisputed. There is no evidence that John was hit by a car. None. How much more reasonable doubt could there be? This case should be over right now. Done. Because there was no collision. So given all that, how did Karen Reed end up sitting here? Why is she even here? Why is she in that chair? Why is she in this courtroom? There is a reason for that. And it's a reason they don't want to tell you, and it's a reality they don't want to admit to. The reason we're here is because the system, the very system that was meant to protect her, that was meant to protect all of us, that system has failed badly. So now let's discuss the facts that were and were not presented by the Commonwealth in this case. Over the next few minutes, I want to talk about the utter failure of the police to investigate this properly and to investigate this fully. And what you're going to see is that Michael Proctor, the lead investigator for the Commonwealth, did nothing to actually and properly investigate this case. Let's start with the house. That's the most logical place to start. I think you'd agree. Brian Albert's house, where John's body was discovered lifeless in the lawn. A police officer, is found dead on the front lawn, and no one secures the scene. No tape. No preservation of evidence, no crime scene log, no search warrants, no consent searches, no photographs of the house interior. They didn't treat the house as a crime scene, and shamefully, they didn't even treat the yard as a crime scene. The lame excuse offered by retired Lieutenant Gallagher, it was really cold and windy, and I didn't know if there was a crime that had been committed. What? You didn't know that a crime had potentially been committed? You have a man laying dead in the yard, and here are the undisputed facts that those officers were confronted with. Black eyes. Obviously, black eyes are consistent with a fight. Bloody nose, also consistent with a fight. Bleeding from the face, consistent with a physical altercation. A cut over the right eye, consistent with a punch. No coat in the freezing cold, not dressed for outside, dressed for inside, and one shoe on. I wonder where the other shoe could be. I don't know, maybe in the house 30 feet away. And then you find a broken and shattered drinking glass next to him, the type of glass that you might find, I don't know, let me think about this, in a kitchen in a house 30 feet away. And John's phone was tucked neatly under his back shoulder. Lieutenant Gallagher actually claimed he did not know it was a potential crime that needed investigating. The neighbor across the street, Detective Lieutenant Kelleher, had a ring camera that was pointed at the exact direction where John O'Keefe would have been hit, and nobody bothered to secure it. Nobody even bothered to look at it. Of course, this was a potential crime scene. Of course it was. Let's not forget this was Brian Albert's house, and that comes with privileges. Quote, is the homeowner going to catch any shit? Nope. He's a Boston cop too. End quote. That quote starts to make a little more sense now, doesn't it? Michael Proctor wrote those words just hours after John's body was found. He sent this in a private chat, in a private text he never, ever believed would ever be revealed. He sent that text in a series of messages that now belong to you. You weren't given the opportunity to hear from Michael Proctor, but you can read his thoughts for yourself. And I urge you, go read them. They're in Exhibit 209, in case you're wondering. But here are the highlights. Proctor starts the conversation, quote, all the powers that be, one answers ASAP. He's getting pressure, obviously, to get this done. His friend then asks what Proctor's probably thinking at the time, quote, I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops. Something stinks. And Proctor responds, yeah, to the something stinks. And then he goes on, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Think about that. Hours into this investigation, there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. She's a whacked up cunt. Yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass bitch. She's got a leaky balloon knot, leaks poo, 0 chance she skates. She's fucked. And up to this point, Michael Proctor had done 0 investigation, nothing, save talk to a grand total of 3 people, all of whom were named Albert or McCabe. That's it. And this was his mindset. This is the same lead investigator who sent the group chats that you heard about with Sergeant Butnick. Late night, sitting at his office, rifling through Karen's phone, bragging about looking for naked pictures of her. That text wasn't sent to his buddies or his friends. That text was sent to his supervisors at the Massachusetts State Police, for God's sake. And what was their response? Sergeant Buchanan liked this conduct with a big old thumbs up. He encouraged it. Ladies and gentlemen, a lead investigator is every investigator is supposed to be objective, an objective fact finder, no bias, no agenda. Michael Proctor went far beyond just insulting Karen Reed. He dehumanized this woman. He betrayed her as a human being. He was fired for this blatant bias. If the Massachusetts State Police can't trust him, how can you trust him with this investigation and with your verdict and with Karen Reed's life? The lead investigator in a murder trial was never called to testify. Think about that. That should stop you in your tracks. Wouldn't you want to hear from Michael Proctor? Wouldn't you want to hear from the lead investigator in the case? Don't you have questions? The Commonwealth did not present their own lead investigator to the jury, the very jury who is charged with judging the investigation. Michael Proctor clearly is radioactive, and the Commonwealth stayed away from him. Michael Proctor is no longer a Massachusetts State Police officer. He wasn't transferred. He didn't go on sabbatical. He didn't retire. He didn't resign. He was fired. He was terminated for cause. The Massachusetts State Police investigated him, found him guilty of dishonorable conduct, not just for those text messages, folks, for sharing confidential information with witnesses and for bias. Not just any bias. Bias in this case. Fired. This is the man who touched every single piece of important evidence in this case. All the evidence that was brought before you in this trial went through his hands one way or another. The shirts, the shards. Remember that when Mr. Brennan gets up and gives his closing argument. The shirts, the shards, all in Michael Proctor's possession. Mr. Brennan and the Commonwealth, I think, have pinned their hopes on some microscopic pieces of, or close to microscopic pieces of plastic that were claimed to have been scraped from the hoodie several months after the fact. But he failed to ask every single witness is who had access to that shirt and who had access to those taillight fragments. And the answer is it was Michael Proctor. Not for days, not for weeks, for months on end, for months unaccounted for, before they were submitted to the crime lab, before they were ever scraped. Just go look at the chain of custody documents. You've got them. Why didn't Michael Proctor give those clothes to Maureen Hartnett with the crime lab when she was at Canton PD just days after the fact to receive those solo cups? Remember that? Just a few days later, she was there. She drove up. She did the driving to take the solo cups in the grocery bag, which has a ridiculous aspect to it in and of itself as well. Why not just give her the shirts as well? Give her the taillight fragments if any were found at that point. Why hold on to them? What could possibly be a reason? Why wait until March to book those into evidence? Now let's talk about some of the other problems with the Commonwealth's evidence. As I indicated, there was no blood, no skin, no tissue, no DNA found on a single piece or shard of the taillight that the Commonwealth claims cut and sliced into John O'Keefe's arm. Where is that trace evidence? Where is that biological evidence? The DNA. Where is it? They've got nothing. Not a single piece that the Commonwealth wants you to believe cut up John's arm. How is that possible? It's not possible. The only way it's possible is if those shards never touched his arm, because he was a dog. Oh, and the one sample of DNA that they did find, by the way, was found on the outer smooth part of the housing. Not any shard. It was the outer smooth part of the housing. Nothing that they claim actually came in contact with John O'Keefe. Number two, that sample had DNA of 2 other men, 2 other unidentified males. That tells you that DNA had nothing to do with a car strike. That DNA would be expected to be, John's DNA would be expected to be all over that car. Inside, outside, he had access to that car for months and months and months. He was in and out of it all the time. Show me some blood, then we'll talk. They can't, and they won't because it doesn't exist. That SUV never hit John. The hair found on the bumper. The Commonwealth really stretched its own credibility on this one. That magic little hair on the SUV supposedly survived a 37-mile drive in 47-mile-an-hour winds. But that little magic hair just clung there, just hung on. That same hair that moved in between photos in the Sally Port. Remember that? There were 2 photos taken, and it was either the breath of the photographer or just the movement of walking by the hair. It literally moved between the 2 photographs. But that hair is supposed to have hung on in a 37-mile drive in a blizzard. The only thing that hair proves that the Commonwealth is embarrassingly grasping at straws. That hair has nothing to do with anything. But it doesn't stop there. There was another revelation at trial, a big one, a huge one, and it came from a very unlikely source. Christina Hanley, a quiet, reserved criminalist who told you something the Commonwealth likely did not want revealed because it's devastating to their case. Absolutely devastating. And it's this. The glass on the bumper didn't match the cocktail glass. None of it. Remember, February 11th, Michael Proctor, without any other person with him, no witness, no supervisor, no other person with him, claims to have found a single piece of glass at the scene. February 11th, single piece of glass, Michael Proctor. Keep that in mind. Interestingly, the glass on the bumper that didn't match the cocktail glass, one piece did match one other thing. The Proctor glass. Those 2 go together. The only 2 things that go together from that bumper are the Proctor glass. We know that there's no glass in the taillight. We know that nothing else was shattered on the vehicle. Therefore, that glass had to be placed there. Didn't come from a crash, didn't come from a cocktail glass. So how did it get sprinkled on the back of the bumper? Whose proverbial fingerprints are on that glass on the bumper? The only thing it matched is Michael Proctor. What about the Ford Edge and that snowplow driver, Brian Loughran? He observed that Ford Edge parked outside Brian Albert's house at 3:30 a.m. That vehicle was moved directly in front of where John's body was found sometime between 2:30 and 3:30 in the morning. The only person connected to a car of that make and model, Brian Albert. Michael Proctor did nothing to investigate that point. Did nothing to investigate whose Ford Edge was parked in a spot specifically to block the line of sight in the exact position where John's body would be later found by Karen Reed. No one, not Michael Proctor or anybody else, checked it for evidence. No one even asked any questions about it. That Ford Edge, Brian Albert's Ford Edge, completely ignored. Michael Proctor failed to interview obvious witnesses in this case. Why? Why didn't he want to speak to the snowplow driver, Brian Loughran? Why did he falsely claim that no one plowed the roadway that morning? When police dash cam video, you saw the dash cam, it shows plows going back and forth all morning. Why did he wait so long, years even, to interview Heather Maxson and Ryan Nagel, individuals who were literally outside 34 Fairview at the exact same time John and Karen arrived at Brian Albert's house that night? Brian Loughran, had he been investigated or interviewed, would have told Michael Proctor that he drove past the lawn multiple times on January 29th, and there was no body on the lawn. He would have had a perfect view. Remember, the weatherman told you there was only enough snow at that time. I think he said the very charming phrase, only enough snow to track a cat. I think that was it. There was no body there. Heather Maxson and Ryan Nagel would have told him that they arrived at 34 Fairview shortly after Karen and John pulled up behind them, and they would have told Michael Proctor, at least Heather would have told Michael Proctor, that when she left 10 minutes later, she drove past the SUV and observed Karen Reed in the driver's side, dome light on, passenger seat empty. So where was John? Wasn't outside, wasn't sitting down, wasn't laying down. There's only one place he could be. We can all say it together if you could talk with me. He was in the house.
Okay, like Grammy.
But Michael Proctor did not want to have those answers. He did not want to have to disclose those answers. He didn't want the truth. The Commonwealth has presented a shred of evidence of when Karen Reed consumed her last drink that night. Think about that. That's critical information that the Commonwealth has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. They have to prove when her last drink was that night. They have to prove it. We don't have to prove or disprove anything. Every single witness who was asked and who had an opportunity to observe Karen that night said the same thing. She wasn't drunk. She wasn't stumbling. She wasn't slurring her words. She was, in the words of Ms. Kolokithis, completely normal. Even Jennifer McKay grudgingly had to admit that fact. It's on video. Instead, they used Yuri Buchanan to try to come into court and count sips of alcohol, which he admittedly got wrong. According to Ian Witham, the Commonwealth's own expert, the location data, using location data on John's phone, showed Karen driving lawfully. She was driving safely. She was under the speed limit. She was slowing and stopping at stop signs, slowing around corners. And Ryan Nagel corroborated that when he saw her make that left-hand turn onto Fairview. The Commonwealth has an incredibly high burden to prove that Karen was driving under the influence. They have failed to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty because it depends on when she had her last drink. what happened after she got home and she was upset with John for not coming back out of the house? That would answer that question. As you well know, no one searched the house for signs of a struggle. Not that night, not the next day. I'm talking about 34 Fairview. Not ever, not once. Not with a warrant, not with consent. They never went into the basement, the stairwells. They didn't look at the walls. They didn't look in the garage. Nothing was ever examined. Nothing was checked for blood. Nothing was checked for DNA. They didn't look for alleged or ridged surface. Zero. You'll remember how surprised Jennifer McCabe was to recall that there was a garage door even on the house. Except this was her sister's house. She's been going to that house since she was 5. She's seen that house. She's been in and out of that house hundreds of times, maybe thousands of times. She's been going to that house her entire life, and yet she acted surprised when I asked her about it. Remember Jennifer McCabe's answer when I asked her whether there was a door at the garage? I was asking her about the front door, the side door, and the garage door. And her answer was, oh, actually, there is a garage door right there. Investigators never opened that door. Let's change the scenario. What if it wasn't the house of a Boston cop? What if it wasn't the house of Brian Albert? We can be certain that investigators would have torn that house apart to get answers about why a fellow police officer was laying dead on the homeowner's lawn. You can betcha. But because this was Brian Albert's house, a Boston cop, nope. And because he was a fellow cop, an insider, they didn't even open the door. That is not justice, folks. That's just pure favoritism. Each of these facts is more than a question mark. They're failures of duty. They're blank spots on a map where justice is supposed to live. And every single one is a reason why you cannot convict Karen Reed. Reasonable doubt abounds. If the Commonwealth failed to investigate every reasonable alternative, how dare they come in here and ask you for a verdict? They didn't investigate the case fully, and yet they're asking you to take the easy road and do their job for them. These facts do not represent reasonable doubt. Nothing does. Every one of these facts that you're seeing that we're talking about represents reasonable doubt. Every one. The police and the prosecution are in a position to take people's liberty. It's the most dire and consequential act a civilized government can take against one of its citizens. Their obligation is not just to try to get it right. They have to convince you to the highest degree of certainty known in human affairs. They have to do it all, every bit of it, beyond any and all reasonable doubt. And they have not done that here. And how about the homeowner himself? The host, the first responder, the Boston cop, Brian Albert, who was sparring and practice fighting with Brian Higgins just minutes before John O'Keefe appeared at his house, 34 Fairview. Brian Albert, who was watching Chloe that night, the German Shepherd. Brian Albert, whose phone and his wife's phone were never secured. Brian Albert, who never came out of the house. But that doesn't mean he wasn't awake. It doesn't mean that he wasn't on his phone. Think about this. Jennifer McCabe claimed that her sister and Brian Albert both slept through this complete chaos right outside their bedroom window. Well, Jennifer McCabe's phone records tell a different story, and they tell the truth. She spoke with him for the better part of a minute, 38 seconds to be detailed about it, at 5:07 a.m. And then she lied about that call. Remember that? What was the reason for that call at 5:07? Was it panic? Was it a warning? We know that conversation took place at the precise time Karen left her house to go search for John, 5:07. We could answer those questions if we just had access to their phones. Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Michael Proctor wasn't interested in their phones. Not only did he not secure their phones, he never even asked. And what about Brian Albert's dog, Chloe? A dog with a history, a dog that is, quote, not good with strangers. Dr. Russell confirmed that John's patterned injuries were from a dog, just like the dog Brian Albert owned. And then Chloe just disappeared. Not there the next morning. None of the officers that you heard from said that there was a dog in the house. They didn't see her. She was just gone. And then ultimately gotten rid of altogether. Who gets rid of their family pet? Unless they have something to hide. Michael Proctor wasn't interested in that either. And recall the group chat with the Alberts and the McCabes. They were getting their story straight. Matt McCabe, whom the Commonwealth did not call in this trial, instructed the group in that group chat, you'll recall, tell him to say the guy never came in the house. Think about that exact quote. Tell him to say the guy never came in the house. And Brian Albert, the patriarch of the family, exactly, exclamation point. He blessed it. With the truth, as we all know, you don't need to get your story straight. You don't need to tell someone what to say. It's just the truth. And what about the Google search? A Google search that Jennifer McCabe admitted having made. A Google search that was timestamped by Celebrate at 2:27 a.m. A Google search that read, "Huss Long to die in cold." It is uncontested and undisputed that that search was deleted. If the 2:27 a.m. timestamp is not true, why does Jennifer McCabe have to lie about it? Why delete it? If the 2:27 a.m. timestamp is not true, why create a false story about Karen screaming Google hypothermia? That's just a fabrication. That's just a made-up fact. And by the way, if someone does tell you Google hypothermia, why would you Google how long it takes to die in cold? Wouldn't you just Google hypothermia? Jennifer McCabe enlisted Carrie Roberts to help shift the blame to Karen. Why go to that much effort unless you're trying to cover for something? Keep in mind the entire foundation of her claim that Karen said Google hypothermia is this fantasy about Karen screaming it at the location, at the scene. That's her entire excuse. But that story went completely off the rails when Carrie Roberts admitted that she perjured herself to back up Jennifer McCabe's false story. That was a dramatic moment in court. It's an admission of perjury, and you don't see that very often in a courtroom. That tells you everything you need to know about the character and quality of the prosecution's case and their witnesses, lying and perjury and admitting to it. A fundamental tenet of any investigation is to ensure that witnesses are independent and not influenced by other witnesses. You start by separating the witnesses. Michael Proctor did none of that in this case, and we see the results. Think back to Jennifer McCabe's own text messages with Carrie Roberts. About Carrie Roberts, not with Carrie Roberts, notably. What Carrie Roberts didn't know was at the time she was being interviewed by the police, Jennifer McCabe was in real time. She was bragging about having influenced Carrie's testimony or her statements to the Alberts and the McCabe's. Quote, she's telling them everything, all the stuff. Remember that timeline that we talked about with Jennifer McCabe? That's what she was referring to. She's telling them everything that Jennifer McCabe had put in Carrie Roberts' timeline. The Commonwealth wants you to believe that Karen Reed made a statement at the location, at the scene. I hit him. I'm sure you'll hear that from the prosecution in their final arguments. But their own witnesses contradict that. Jennifer McCabe admitted on cross-examination that her very first statement to law enforcement, confirmed that Karen didn't say anything. She asked, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? The physics and the science answer that question. Could you have hit him? No, you couldn't have. Sergeant Buchanan also testified that the only statements Karen Reed made at the scene, according to his conversations with the first responders, was, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? It wasn't a confession. It was confusion. And Dr. Russell explained that confusion. She told you why Karen Reed or anybody in that position might ask those questions. She was suffering from extreme grief reaction, which according to the evidence can last for years. Even her medical records confirm that diagnosis. It's common to ask those questions in grief. It's common to ask those types of questions in shock. You're trying to make sense out of the nonsensical in the moment. And the Commonwealth has tried to twist those words into a confession. There is no evidence that any officer at the scene ever heard Karen Reed say, I hit him. Not a single police officer at the scene came in to support the Commonwealth's claim. It's not on video. It's not on audio. It's not in a single police report. It's not in a single EMT or EMS report. Nowhere. The fact is, Karen never said, I hit him. You saw the video. Multiple officers were right there. She simply never said it. What did Jennifer McCabe do and not do when she got to 34 Fairview? She would have you believe, I want to set the scene for you, that she's confronted out of the blue with John O'Keefe's lifeless body. Her friend, John O'Keefe. He's bruised and battered. He's bleeding. His eyelid is cut. His nose is bleeding. Karen is screaming at the top of her lungs. Carrie is screaming back to Karen, shut up. Both women begin crying. Both women are giving CPR. There's chaos everywhere. It's building in the yard, just feet from Brian Albert's house, Brian Albert's window. Jennifer calls her sister at 6:07 with all this chaos going on. No answer. Jennifer calls her sister at 6:08 with all this chaos and bedlam going on. Still no answer. No lights come on in the house. In the midst of all this screaming and this chaos, Brian Albert doesn't come outside. Nicole Albert doesn't come outside during this maelstrom. And yet, Jennifer McCabe never goes inside to check on her sister. There's literally no signs of life inside the house. And Jennifer McCabe doesn't take a step inside that house to check on her family. Why is that? Does that make any sense? Everyone would sprint inside the house to make sure that there's no one in there that was hurt or injured or, God forbid, dead. Everyone would do that. But not Jennifer McCabe. The only way that makes sense is that Jennifer McCabe already knew that Brian and Nicole were just fine. That's the only reasonable explanation. And the only way she would know that they were fine is if she knew what happened. But Michael Proctor never explored this incredibly suspicious behavior. Don't you have questions? This would give anyone reasonable doubt. And don't you have questions also about Brian Higgins? Michael Proctor certainly didn't. Higgins had been sending flirtatious and romantic texts to John's girlfriend, Karen Reed. You'll remember I asked Sergeant Buchanan a simple question. Were those texts flirtatious in nature? He refused to answer that simple question. Do you remember that? Quote, I'm not comfortable putting a label on that, end quote. We read the texts. It's not a secret. Of course they were flirtatious. Of course they were romantic in nature. The reason he refused to answer that simple question is telling. It's because these flirtatious texts established a motive for Brian Higgins. Sergeant Buchanan could not bring himself to tell the truth. His bias was on full display. He was covering for another cop. Investigators also ignored Higgins' suspicious late-night visit to the Canton Police Department. That was after a night of drinking, by the way. Why didn't they investigate this? What was so important that Higgins needed to go to the police station at that time, 1:30 in the morning, while drunk, by the way? Why weren't they interested in those facts? Remember, he's an ATF agent. He's a cop, a member of the Blue Wall, and best friends with Brian Albert. He would know that the CPD would be the first to get the call when someone reported John missing or injured. He would know what to look for, what to listen for, to determine if a report had been made and when and what the response was going to be. You saw the skulking through the hallways with his hood up, moving bags between cars, and of course, that late night mysterious phone call on his cell phone, a phone that you don't have and that you'll never see. All of that, and Michael Proctor never gave him a second look. All of that, and the Commonwealth, who's supposed to be after the truth, didn't call him to the stand. If you have any unanswered questions about Brian Higgins, that's reasonable doubt. The police didn't interview Brian Higgins on January 29th, 2022, but he was at the police station, as we've just seen. You heard evidence that Higgins and Chief of Police Kenny Berkowitz, also good friends, were in the Sallyport together with the SUV for a, quote, wildly long time. Kelly Dever, another Boston cop, told you that. She also told law enforcement agents that she found it, quote, weird that Higgins could have access to that very sensitive evidence, the SUV. Folks, there is never a situation in which a witness, a potential suspect even, should be given access to the evidence in a case. But that's exactly what happened here. Higgins was given unfettered access to that SUV and its taillight nearly immediately, according to Kelly Dever's statement to law enforcement. And it was at that exact time, the exact moments that Higgins would be in that Sallyport, that the 42 minutes of the Sallyport video is just missing. It's just gone, vanished. Well, that's convenient. Now put in context the condition of that taillight when it was actually seized in Dighton. It was cracked, but not completely damaged. I ask you to compare and contrast Officer Kelly Dever, her attitude, her demeanor. That's all for you to judge. Her attitude, her demeanor, her truthfulness, her motives from the witness stand. Compare and contrast that to Sergeant Nick Barrows. Who's more believable? Officer Barrows is unattached to any of the players in this grand play directed by Michael Proctor. He's truly independent. And what did he tell you? Was the taillight, he was asked, was the taillight in this condition when Michael Proctor picked up that SUV at 412? His answer? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It was cracked, but not completely damaged, not smashed out like that. So how did the taillight get cracked? How did it end up in the condition where it was cracked, as Officer Barrows saw it, but not completely damaged? Well, you don't have to guess. There's a video. Just watch. That's how it got cracked. And Judson Welcher's own recreation confirms it. Look at the contact. That's from the Commonwealth's expert. And that further is confirmed by the fact that there were no taillight pieces found in any of the initial searches conducted at the scene. 2 searches, 50-foot area searched. Not a single fragment was found until after Michael Proctor had access to and control of that SUV and its taillight. What does that say about the character and quality of this case? It's revealing what happened here at trial. One of the most dramatic moments probably of the trial, Kelly Dever. How can you trust this investigation when you saw how far a police officer will go. You had a front row seat to the power of police manipulation and police corruption, a front row seat. Kelly Dever was interviewed by a separate law enforcement agency, not a friendly department, not Boston Police Department, not Michael Proctor's MSP, a different independent agency. She told those law enforcement agents in a formal interview that she saw Brian Higgins and Chief Kenneth Berkowitz alone in the Sallyport with the SUV. She was detailed, she was clear, she was unequivocal, she remembered the specifics, she recalled how it made her feel, quote, weird. She recalled that how long Higgins spent, a quote, wildly long time, as she described. These are all incredible details to tell law enforcement. She couldn't have been clearer, she couldn't have been more specific. But then she's put on a witness list and she's subpoenaed by the defense. Oh boy. Then this rookie cop was called up to the police commissioner's office, the same commissioner that was the boss of Brian Albert. They have a meeting, a private meeting, and he says, wink, wink, nod, nod, we support you, Officer Dever. What else was said in that meeting? What else is reasonable to believe was said in that meeting? She claimed she couldn't remember. She claimed not to remember if he instructed her to do the right thing. But the commissioner of the Boston Police Department certainly said something to this rookie cop. And all of a sudden, that detailed, unambiguous, unequivocal statement to law enforcement became, what did she say? A false memory. Not I didn't say it. She admitted she said it. She admitted she detailed the entire story. She just said, it's a false memory. What? So she's called to the commissioner's office to make sure that she would do the right thing. That's why she was called. And now we know what that means. In her words, my entire career depends on what I say here on the stand. I'll quote that again. Quote, my entire career depends on what I say here on the stand. You bet it does. That's how it works. And that's how we got here. At the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, can you trust the Commonwealth's case? Can you trust their witnesses? Can you trust their evidence? And here are a few of the highlights. A video that was played in a courtroom and sold as accurate. Turns out it was completely inverted, flipped backward, completely false. The test that formed the basis of their entire theory of the case. Watch closely as Dr. Welcher stands as a surrogate. Is that a righteous test, or is that a manipulation? Dr. Welcher tried to deceive and fool you by leaning into the car, manipulating the results of his own test. When the truth was revealed by Dr. Rentschler, the Commonwealth spent the next hour cross-examining it about how that test was meaningless. It actually didn't mean anything. Well, that's convenient now that we realize that it was a manipulated test, and it actually does mean nothing. It didn't represent the theory of the Commonwealth's case. That's what we suggested. If that test does not represent the theory of the Commonwealth's case, really, then why was Dr. Welcher playing dress-up in John O'Keefe's clothes, or identical clothes to John O'Keefe, when he was holding a glass? Why was he holding the glass right behind the vehicle? And why was he standing with his right arm oriented to the right rear taillight if he wasn't trying to recreate the circumstance that is the Commonwealth's entire theory? The Commonwealth stood up here with a straight face and told you they weren't trying to suggest that that's how John was hit by the car. Of course they were trying to suggest that's their theory of the case. They only abandoned it 2 days ago when it was revealed by our experts that it's physically impossible. That silent witness, that science, that physics, has become very pesky to the Commonwealth because there was no collision. Dr. Welcher also told you under oath that there were no x-rays taken of John's arm. He tried to deceive you into believing that John's arm might have been broken. I don't know. I didn't see any x-rays, so I can't tell you what the damage was inside the arm. Really? The Commonwealth has had those x-rays in their possession for 3 years. And again, it took the defense to bring out the truth. The x-rays do not fit the Commonwealth's theory, so you weren't shown. And Dr. Welcher wasn't going to admit it. And my goodness, then we get to the sweatshirt. That was a moment. Mr. Brennan stood here in front of you and dramatically held up John's sweatshirt, not just to the witness, but to you, and asked Dr. Wolf about it multiple times. Specifically, while it was in that plexiglass, asked Dr. Wolf about the multiple holes in the back of the sweatshirt. He interrupted Dr. Wolf, and Dr. Wolf started to look at the sweatshirt and say, well, and he said, how about here? Here's a hole, here's a hole, here's a hole, here's a hole. Dramatically tapping on that plexiglass. It was clear what the suggestion was, that the holes in the back of John's sweatshirt were from January 29th. That's the impression that was expected to be left with you. That's the impression that he wanted to leave with you. And that's false. The truth is, the Commonwealth created those holes. They aren't holes from road rash. They weren't made on January 29th. Those are cuttings from the Commonwealth's own crime lab, folks. That's what those holes are. And even with 3 prosecutors, all 3 of them, sitting right there in the room at the time, it had to be the defense to correct that record, to bring out the truth. If we hadn't done that, what impression would you folks have been left with? That's more than negligence. That's dangerous. It's dangerous. I'm going to guess that Mr. Brennan's not going to say much about this, about the fraud that was attempted on you. And if he doesn't, that speaks louder than any concocted excuse that the Commonwealth might come up with. It's shameful. It's shameful. We are after the truth in this courtroom. You're entitled to it. Demand it. Why would the Commonwealth stoop to a stunt like that? It's desperation. They know what you now know, what their experts know. There was no collision. So now we've reached the final moments of the trial, and you've seen the facts and you've seen the evidence, and we've just talked about dozens and dozens and dozens of facts that are reasonable doubt. Each one of them are reasonable doubts. These facts, these note cards that you're looking at, piled high, one on top of another, literally stacks and stacks of them covering the table. As you mentally sift through those cards, realize that every one of them is a massive hole in the Commonwealth's case. Every single one of the note cards represents a hole in the Commonwealth's case. If you're holding mentally even one of those cards, you're holding reasonable doubt, folks. You're holding a not guilty verdict. Reasonable doubt is not a sliding scale. It's a wall. If the Commonwealth cannot get over every one of these dozens of walls, you have to acquit Karen Reed. The truth is, Karen Reed is not guilty. Not because of technicalities, but because the facts, the law, the science, the physics, the data, they all say so. They demand it. The Commonwealth does not have a theory about how John was hit by the car. They haven't even shown you that it's possible that he was hit by a car. And the reason they haven't is because it's not possible that he was hit by a car. There was no collision. Your job is not to do their job, their burden entirely. It's theirs. They have to prove this case and their theory beyond all reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And not only do they not have a theory, they can't prove one that doesn't exist. All you need to know is that the Commonwealth failed. They failed to provide you with a truthful representation. They failed to prove the essence of their case, that John was even hit by a car to begin with. They failed to prove any intent on the part of Karen Reed because she has none. They failed to investigate the actual suspects in this case. They failed to present the lead investigator to you. They failed to justify the perjured testimony that you heard discussed in this case. They failed to hold accountable an officer who came in here and lied to you and claimed false memories so she could do the right thing to cover for a fellow cop or cops. They failed to maintain a fair and unbiased and honest investigation. They failed to present you with the truth. And this is what you get. An investigation that's riddled with errors and omissions and a rush to judgment and conflicted and corrupted from the start. Every part of it. That is the literal definition of reasonable doubt. How can they ask you to be morally certain based on this evidence? It's a tragedy. When the government fails so completely, so catastrophically, when there are dozens and dozens of points of reasonable doubt on the table, your duty, your oath is clear. Your sworn obligation under the law is to acquit Karen Reed. Not just because you can, because you must. Justice demands it. Do not let the Commonwealth get away with this. Don't let them get away with this. Do not endorse and sanction an investigation that is broken and corrupted top to bottom. But just as importantly, do not let Michael Proctor get away with it. And make no mistake about it, folks. If you convict Karen Reed of anything, if you convict her of anything, science, the physics, the data, they lose. But tragically, Michael Proctor wins. Remember his texts. Something stinks. Yeah, the serious charges will be brought on the girl. She's fucked. Could you ever say to yourself, this is justice? The fact is there was no collision. A car did not kill John O'Keefe. So I ask you, let your voice be heard, not in whispers, but in truth. Let the community feel through your verdict that justice cannot be bent and that it will not be buried. Find Karen Reed not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Thank you.
How many of you get the chills listening to him? Seriously. Like, his passion is just undeniable. We're going to be getting into Spanky now. Ugh. I don't know if I'm ready for my blood pressure to raise, but that's what's going to happen as soon as I hear his voice. I wouldn't kick AJ out for eating crackers in the bed either. Something stinks, all right, that's for sure. Not guilty. All right, let's listen to this craziness.
John O'Keefe was 46 years old. 46 years old. He spent his life helping people. He's described as a good man, kind, generous, thoughtful. He was a Boston police officer. He worked to help the community. Everything you've heard about this man, he was a good man. He helped people. When his niece and nephew had nobody, he took them in. He took them in. John O'Keefe seemed to be the type of person who would help anybody at any time. And on January 29th, 2022, John O'Keefe needed some help. He needed help from somebody else. You see, John O'Keefe had just been hit by Karen Reed in front of 34th Jersey Road, and he lay on the ground dying. And he needed help. Someone to reach out a hand, someone to knock on a door, someone to make a phone call to 911, even anonymously. Not take responsibility, just to help. And there was only one person in this entire planet who could help him that morning, to give him a chance. Maybe it was a 33% chance if he met the Isaac Wolf of the world.
Such a fucking douche.
But to give him a chance. And that one person who could help him that morning was
I literally can't listen to him for more than a minute without calling him a douche.
And she made a decision. In her Lexus with the shattered taillight, debris failed all over the front yard, and John O'Keefe lying helpless like a child on the front yard. She made a choice. She didn't call 911. She didn't run to his aid. She didn't knock on a door. She made a decision about herself. In her Lexus, she drove away.
Totally agree, side eyes.
She was drunk. She hit him, and she left him to die. She was drunk. She hit him, and she left him to die. Before I go through and detail the evidence, let's talk a little bit about the evidence as a whole. She was drunk. She was drinking that night. She was drinking McCarthy's with John. She was drinking at the waterfall. Her blood was taken with samples of a retrograde analysis, almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. She was drunk.
So?
She hit him. The timeline in this case is
she
beyond
was drunk?
dispute.
That makes her guilty? Okay.
Solve, characterize,
Fucking
line, twist.
idiot.
The timeline doesn't change. It is data. Data is data.
Data
The
is
black
data.
box, the forensics from the SD card, we know exactly
Data
step by
is
step where they
data.
were. We know in that window, she hits him because he never moves again. His healthcare data. The temperature on the battery of the cell phone. The physical evidence, the debris field, the DNA, the hair. And then she left him to die. He had a basal skull fracture, countercoup. We heard all about it when the back of his head hits the ground and the brain comes forward. Dr. Wolf told us the reason why they have level 1 trauma centers around the country is because people can survive this injury if they get help. That's why they have this care. That's why they have these hospitals. But you got to get help. You got to get help. And
There
if
are
you
no
don't,
facts.
you develop symptoms, ecchymosis, raccoon eyes,
None
your
that
brain
you can
swells,
use.
and you die.
Hi, Angie.
She was drunk. And that night was a recipe for disaster. But before we get to the drinking, in some ways, the fate of this night was sealed well before that night.
Yeah,
Because
that's a good one. I
John
need to
O'Keefe
find that.
and Karen Reed were in a toxic relationship. This relationship was crumbling. We hear lovey-dovey, and it was crumbling, and we know it. And we know it because a month before, his niece Kaylee talks about when they went to Aruba. It should have been a wonderful event. It was discord. It was fighting. It was aggravation. And when they got back, the discontent was palpable. Miss Reed reaches out to Brian Higgins, text messaging. John O'Keefe,
They
the
were
relationship is
acting
crumbling. And
loving.
you heard a little bit about what that
Fucking
relationship was
moron.
like. Kaylee, his niece told you, when there was an argument, John would do what John does. He would walk away. She described to you one time, to get away from the scene, he walked into his bedroom. But the defendant wouldn't let it go, pounding on his door, having to get the last word, never letting go of the fight. Kind of mirrors what happens on January 29, 2022. And maybe outward appearance, they got along. Maybe sometimes quietly they got along. But behind closed doors, relationships have up and downs. We have a bird's eye view into the relationship on January 28, 2022, because we have the text messages. Not so lovey-dovey. The relationship is almost over. The tensions are simmering beneath the surface. They are not getting along. She believes Mr. Keefe is already halfway out of the relationship and he's not into it anymore. You will read them, you saw them. This relationship was unstable and at its end. And so fast forward that night. That night, after this discord, after the arguing, they go out and what do? They drink. And they drink a lot. So Keefe drinks a lot, and Karen Reed drinks a lot. You've seen my coffee videos. You can call it 6, 7, 8, whatever you want to call it. You can see the shots into the mixed drinks, more shots into mixed drinks. Count them yourself. Over a half dozen mixed drinks in just a few hours. Sober? And then at the waterfall, a shot, a mixed drink. No. It was brought up at the waterfall that there was some type of discord between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. They knew each other. They were friends. Brian Higgins' conduct of speaking to Karen Reed is not honorable. It's not. But they were friendly. There was no adversarial relationship. There was no anger between them. What we heard is they barely greeted each other. Can we have slide one, please? At the waterfall bar, when you see John O'Keefe coming, here's him barely greeting him. That's him. And Mr. Higgins. Barely greeting each other. Reality sometimes is different than argument. This is a celebratory move. Celebratory move. A bunch of friends. They're playing around. They're hugging. They're grappling. This is a fighting technique for a murder 2 hours later. Is that the story? They're practicing their moves
Not me,
to murder
James.
John O'Keefe. In the celebratory mood, you don't see any aggravation or animus between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. Inevitably, the next morning, Karen Reed is brought to the hospital and they take her blood. Now, the government doesn't have to prove that she was drunk. It is either that she's over the legal limit, 0.08, or she had enough alcohol to affect her ability to operate a motor vehicle safely, but you will know that she was far beyond the legal limit. After the retrograde analysis, almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. Almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. Now, it's been intimated, not come out and say, that maybe she went home and started drinking after she got home. No evidence, mind you, no evidence. And that somehow that is why she had a high blood alcohol level. It's not appropriate for me to comment on the credibility of another attorney's argument, so I won't do that. But Karen Reed will do that for her. So if we listen to slide 2, she'll tell you exactly what she thinks about that claim.
And it takes probably about 5 or 6 or 4 just drinks. Like they were more than half more of these disparities in most of the alcohol. Well, the weakest time, it tasted just like old soda water with blue wine.
Slide 3, please.
I wanted to go on the expressway. I wanted to go on the expressway. I mean, it's why the world was very bright and see how it feels. And I was all, right back to drinks and it was
Do you think she drank when she got home? When they leave the Waterfall Bar at 12:12, you see a video, you have it in evidence, there's a still photo of John O'Keefe holding a glass. Not from the Albert's home. He didn't sneak into the house in the cupboard and grab a glass. From the waterfall, you see him with a glass, and in it is a straw. Take a look at that picture. And now from 12:12 on, we virtually have a historian and the data that tells us exactly where he went, exactly step by step where he went. And how do we have that? Well, we know the defendant's car had like a black box, and Dr. Judd Welcher took the data from the black box and downloaded it so you can see the movements and the triggering events. And then Shannon Burgess, you don't like what he says, don't attack the data or attack the man. He can be mocked for his LinkedIn profile or his unupdated CV. But what he did is he found a key critical piece of this case that did not exist before. He found it recently. And it was that SD card, the SD card that everybody missed, including the defense expert. Everybody missed it. So as much as you want to make fun of him, Shannon Welcher found the key so that we could have the time and date and location coordinated for an impenetrable timeline that can't be broken. That's what Shannon Burgess did. And so we know on the way from the waterfall to 34 Fairview, Ms. Mead is driving drunk. Mr. O'Keefe is in the passenger side of the car, and they're heading their way to 34 Fairview, and they get lost. And now we have more data because John O'Keefe has a cell phone. And I said this at the beginning, it is a historian. It doesn't suffer from bias, it doesn't suffer from prejudice, it doesn't suffer from memory loss. It has data on it. And he puts on Waze, high location data, as Ian Whiff would say. And it tells you second by second the speed, the location, the movement. That's what it does. And he has healthcare data on that phone. The healthcare data separately shows his movement. And that is critical. It is critical because it not only shows his movement, it shows when he does not move. That healthcare data is critical. And it's not subject to bias. It's not in dispute. There's no other contrary evidence. It is data. On the way to 34 Fairview, alcohol fuels tension. We know that. And we know from those text messages the tension in that relationship. And then there's a trigger. There is a trigger on the way because they're lost. And when John O'Keefe calls Jen McCabe for directions, Jen McCabe says something that triggers what's going to happen next. Slide 4, please.
Very close to the Alberts. In fact, when Jen was navigating beyond to the Alberts when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John were hooked up prior to John and I dating.
And so as they travel to 34 Fairview, under the duress of this crumbling relationship, fueled by intoxication, we have triggers. Now, we know on their way there, we know from the data, where they went, how they moved. If we look at slide 5, Ian Whiffen showed you a guide, and it shows you with the healthcare data, it measures its flight's climb, but doesn't mean someone's climbing upstairs. What it means is there's an elevation, and he breaks down the data, the red to the green, you can move down to the zone. And then the bottom left, that's 34 Fairview. You can see second by second the circles of their route, even the 3-point turn on Cedar Crest. That's what you see. At that point, they've left the bar. Remember, the battery temperature was 82 degrees. They're now in a car. It's now 77. Think about how accurate in being in a car. They take a 3-point turn.
Hey, sweetie.
And because of Shannon Burgess, and because of Judd Welcher, we have the data, and it's a triggering event. Remember, if there's an acceleration past 30%, it registers data on the car, and that's exactly what happens. It's a 3-point turn, and it all lines up with the cell phone after you synchronize the times. It's that simple. It's nothing complicated. There's nothing tricky. There's nothing devious about it. It's data. They do the 3-point turn, and you can match the cell phone clock with the Lexus clock, and when you do, you can reconcile the difference. There's been a lot of talk, a lot of argument, a lot of fights. Shannon Burgess says 21 to 29 seconds. Mr. Disorder comes in. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to actually do anything. He wasn't given the invitation to test the data. He just looked at the keyboard and make decisions like a Monday morning quarterback. But even he, looking at the data, says, well, it's 3 seconds off or 2 seconds. Same window, same time. We have all the arguments we want. They're there. They're together. The data matches up perfectly.
No, it doesn't. You fucking
And
moron.
so they make their way down to 34 Fairview Road. They don't stop. They don't stop at the driveway.
Fucking
They don't
dumbass.
stop. And John O'Keefe gets out of the car. They go to the flagpole. We know
I
for 2
still didn't
reasons. One, the
understand
data.
any of that.
And secondly, Mr. Nagel and Ms. Mason at Cedar Crest at that intersection before the down to the right, they meet, they let Karen Reed go first, they follow behind in the truck. Now, at this point, Mr. O'Keefe has about 8 more minutes before the beginning of the end of his life. And he's in that car. He's in that car for most of it. Because Miss Mason and Miss Label don't see anybody get out of the truck. Nobody crosses the lawn. Nobody goes to a garage. Not just because they didn't see it. And they didn't. Not because they didn't see it. Because the healthcare data on the phone shows that John O'Keefe is not moving. The car is stopped at the flagpole. The healthcare data stops. The battery stays at 77 degrees. The data is the data. You can't change it as much as you want to. It's data. And they sit at that flagpole for minutes. It's 12, 24, 33 when they get there. They're there past 12:30. Remember, Miss Mason and Miss Nicholson, they're there about 5 minutes and then they go. It's not exact, but about 5 minutes, they said. So there's about 2 minutes left for John O'Keefe. And what are they doing in those 2 minutes? What are the last 2 minutes of his life that he can remember that would be open to him? They're arguing. They're arguing. They're arguing. And we know they're arguing because
Okay, Joy, Shelly's just messing with you. It was a joke in yesterday's chat. Shelly, don't freak Joy out.
Miss Reed tells us through first responder Becker. She was sad. Remember, he sees her in the back of the ambulance and he's trying to calm her down. She was sad because her last moments were arguing. They're in an argument. That's why they're not going in the house. But John O'Keefe decides to get out of the car, and we know because the dome light goes on. That's what happens when you open a door. Whether he's bent down, he's standing outside, or on the other side, the dome light is on. And then you see the data. John O'Keefe begins to move. 12:31:56. It's the first time he has moved since they got to the flagpole, and it will be the last time he moves in his life. And he moves for 20 seconds. Ian Whiffen said that the satellites, they move, they reconnect, they pull information. He's no longer on high frequency data because weight is cut off. Now it's more random, it's low frequency. We would never suggest that Mr. Whiffen did not claim based on location data alone. At that point, you can tell exactly what John O'Keefe is. What he said is it was readings all night. The bullet is always near the flagpole. That doesn't mean he's always near the flagpole. He could have moved. He could have moved in the circles to come back. Location data is consistent with him never leaving the flagpole. But that in itself is not enough. But there's more. There is more. There is the healthcare data. There is the temperature of the cell phone battery. And so he moves for 20 seconds. It turns west. It does not say he walks to the house. That's not what the data says. It doesn't say that he goes straight line and he walks over to the door. In fact, could he even get to the door from 75 feet? Could he get there? Because when the investigators for the defense testified, he measures from the driveway. And it's not the driveway. He never measures from the flagpole. He never measures from the flagpole to the garage door. So this fantasy that somehow he walked in the garage, even though there's no evidence, there's no witness, there's no data. 20 seconds of his life. And he moves. And healthcare data registers his steps. It could be pacing. It could be a straight line. It could be shaking the phone. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know everything. We don't know every little detail and every little second. We don't have to. That's not doubt. That's not reasonable doubt. We know for that 20 seconds he's moving. And in that 20-second window, when he moves, he has his phone, he looks down, 12:32:09, he sees a text message from his friend, John McCain. And he looks at the text message, and he closes it. And then it happens. We know from the uncontroverted data from that black box, we know that Karen Reed, after he gets out of the car, drives away. She drives for at least 33 feet away from him. He's back near the flagpole. She's gone. It's over. Whatever argument is over. Whatever anger and flame has been dispassionate, she's moved on. He's separate from her. He's safe. And then she makes a decision. That's what this case is about. Then she makes a decision. She could have driven home. She could have broken up with him. They could have talked about it the next day.
With,
Or like knocking on the door, like Kaylee
Saying
said,
all this,
in the last word. She doesn't drive
with
away.
no proof
She
of an
takes that
argument,
6,000
no
pound
proof of
Lexus,
anything.
and she
Such
makes a decision.
a fucking piece
And the
of
decision is that she
garbage.
steps on the gas.
You are a
After
piece
banging it
of
into
shit,
reverse.
Spanky.
before we talk about what happens next, I want to talk to you a little bit about the charges. In this
Okay,
case.
side eyes, I just
And
saw
I
your
think
message. I'm
digress is
checking it
important, so
now.
we really understand what we're talking about here. I have no authority to talk about the law in this case. The Honorable Judge Cannoni will do that. But I want to talk to you a little bit about the charges. Don't rely on my interpretation of the law. It's the judge who has that special power. But I want to explain to you a couple of things so when you think about what happens next, you can really assess the facts of this case with the charges against Miss Reed. She is charged with second-degree murder. It sounds ominous. It is. It's a serious charge, second-degree murder. When most people think murder, they think shooting or stabbing somebody. It's natural to think that. Second-degree murder is different. It's not first-degree murder. I told you at the beginning of this case, I told you that we were not going to suggest or try to prove that Miss Reed intended to kill John O'Keefe. That was never part of this case. We're not claiming that. I told you that we were not ever going to try to prove that she even intended to hit him. We never suggested we would try to prove that, and we're not trying to prove that she intended to hit him. We're not. What we are obligated to prove and what we have proven from the evidence in this case of second-degree murder is that she intended an act, and that is putting the car into reverse and heading back towards John O'Keefe. She intended that act. The question then becomes, did her conduct create a clear, plain, strong likelihood of death? Late at night, dark, beginning to snow, under the influence of alcohol, knowing where she stopped and left him after an argument, heading back in reverse to the exact spot or right near where she left him at over 24 miles per hour, accelerating at over 75%. You need to ask yourself, are you convinced if somebody does that create a plain and strong likelihood of death? And if there's no doubt in your mind that she intended to hit that accelerator in reverse, and if that conduct would create a clear and plain likelihood of death, then she's guilty of that crime. Whatever the label is, she would be guilty of that crime. Now think about this. Let me give you an analogy. If somebody, maybe a teen or some young, impulsive, is on a bridge and they see cars going by and they have a boulder and they want to throw the boulder off, they're not looking to hurt anybody. Not mean to kill anybody, but they throw the boulder off the bridge because they want to see the car break, the thrill. And when they throw that boulder off the bridge and it comes down and lands on the car and there's somebody, passenger, anybody in that car, and it then goes through the roof and kills the person in the car, did they intend to kill that person? No, they were trying to have a thrill throwing the rock. Did they have the malice to want that person dead? No, they didn't. But that would be an example of second-degree murder. When you take a boulder and throw it off a bridge, there's a plain and strong likelihood of death. When Karen Reed, in the midst of that tension and fight, after she drove away and was gone, disengaged, when she came back for the last word, in the darkness, the beginning of the snow, under the influence of alcohol, and decided to
I can't help it, Gene.
decided to put it in reverse, decided to accelerate 75% in the exact same direction of where she left him, and then hit him, and he died.
Fucking piece
I
of
suggest to
monkey
you
poo.
that is second-degree murder. The other charge, operating under the influence of alcohol, manslaughter. It's different. It's a totally different and separate charge. Was she under the influence of alcohol? And then secondly, did she operate her Lexus wantonly and recklessly in a way that would very likely result in serious injury? When you're under the influence of alcohol, when you drive a 6,000-pound Lexus in the heat of the moment, at the direction of where somebody is, whether you intend to hit them or not.
That's why this closing
I
is
submit to
the
you that is
closing
wanton.
that's full of
It
the
is
most
reckless. And
shit.
any reasonable person would think it's very likely that serious injury will result.
Bullshit.
It's not a matter of intending to kill.
Real
It's not a
shit.
matter
Full of
of
bullshit.
intending to hit. It is the conduct of the operation and the risk that is created. And so those two charges are two of the three. The three is leaving the scene, knowingly causing death. And we'll get to that. So now, sadly, we need to get back to 34th Fairview Road where we left. We know from the tech stream data that she drove 33 feet at least, because it only picks up a 10-second window. And when it starts to pick up the data, we know she's driving at a speed. So it's more than 33 feet. We just don't know. And then when she comes back, she comes into 33 feet and 50 more.
I can't help it, Dar.
80 feet, over 80 feet.
especially
Now,
with this
nobody has ever suggested, even Dr. Welcher, when
supposedly piece of
she collided
scum.
with them. This data doesn't tell you collision. It's a 6,000-pound Lexus. It's a 216-pound man. It's not going to show a blip. It could have been in that 10-second window. It could have been 2 seconds after. It could have been 4 seconds after. But it's in that pocket of time, and we know it. We know it because when you reconcile the data with the phone, that 20 seconds is in the same window of that 10-second window coming back. So even if it's a couple seconds later, 4 seconds
Oh
later,
yeah,
whatever you sort of want,
I've been trying to hold it in.
Chunky starts moving. Forever. Forever. Let's slide 6, please.
Can I have slide 6, please?
You'll get to see this more closely. You can't probably see it where you're sitting, but there's important data. Data doesn't lie. And you will see.
Okay, you want to hear a rant? Data doesn't lie. Fuck you! As I give him 2 middle fingers. Data doesn't lie, right? Data doesn't lie. Data is the data. Okay? Let's think about that. But people do, and people adjust their programs to make the data, right? Okay. But then you have medical science, which that never lies. Okay, you fucking douche. Your own expert, you didn't give him the fucking x-rays, you asshole. You don't address that, do you? You fucking piece of shit.
See acceleration, 75%. You will see speed, 24 miles
I'll
per hour.
kick your ass.
You will see distance, over 80 feet. That's what you're going to see in this data on that night. Anger, although not necessary in any of these charges, anger can be inferred for somebody to come back that hard, that fast, that reckless, that obvious, likely to create a plain and stern likelihood of death. That data tells a story that can't be changed. Can't be tapped. Parker, they do some crash tests on me. You know what else they do? Texturing data. There's nothing about that data that is uncertain. Nothing. Take that down, please. When Miss Reed hits John O'Keefe.
I'll kick your ass.
John O'Keefe. We don't know if he went in the air foot. We don't know if it was how much of a clip it was. We don't know if he stumbled back. But we know his foot is went out. Because her tail light's all over the yard. It's all over the yard. And when he falls back, he hits the back of his head.
I'll kick your ass.
He's then lying there helpless. When Miss Reed leaves, she leaves behind tons of her tail light all over the yard. Oh, yeah, it's called the debris field. And you've seen videos. You can't replicate the exact contact. You can't because you need where the person was hit, how fast the person was going, but you know what happened because when you look at the debris field when a light was broken, it's no different than what was on the front yard. It's no different. She leaves him behind. She leaves her taillight behind. She goes home. And on her way home, you know she's still angry. You know she's still angry because she starts leaving home voicemails. Slide 7, please. Healthcare starts at 12:31:56, 12:32:04 to 12:32:12 is the data which is adjusted and reconciled across the Lexus. 12:32:09 is when Mr. O'Keefe closes his phone after looking at Jen McCabe's text. 12:32:16 is his last steps. Because it sort of says that red range should move a little bit 2 or 3 seconds. They can move it 4 seconds, 5 seconds. It doesn't matter. It's all in the same window. It doesn't change. We can have slide 10, please. Right after you. Okay. Each one of those pegs represents 10 feet. You can't place that car where it was in front of Fairview. You just can't. The data doesn't tell you that, but that tells you the movements of that car. Now, as John O'Keefe sadly laid on the ground, abandoned, you're going to have to ask yourself a question for charge number 3. You didn't see knowing somebody was injured and then died. You're going to have to ask yourself, is there evidence that Miss Reed knew that she had hit him? Don't need to prove it for murder 2. Don't need to prove it for OUI manslaughter. But for the 3rd charge,
Carmel has to prove beyond reasonable doubt she knew she hit him. We weren't there, but there's an eyewitness. There was a guy. And that eyewitness tells us that she knew. That eyewitness is Carrie herself. She tells you that she knew. Could have slide 8, please.
Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what that could have been. It was howling wind. I had YouTube watching on the stereo, and I thought, did he somehow try to flag me down to the election? I was hoping to God, I was like slowly pulled away from the house. Did he come up and maybe trip or ability to pick up his cell phone and I bit up his foot and he passed out drunk? I mean, I didn't think
I'll kick your ass.
I clipped him.
When she left Fairview and left John behind, she didn't think he was mortally wounded. But she knew she hit him. She knew she hit him. And so when she made her way back home, not only did she leave the debris field all over the front lawn, but she took evidence with her too. Hair, DNA on the taillight, and she drove back to John's house. And she started calling on the way back, 12:33, just a minute and a half later. And then her messages show her anger. You see, this was John's fault. This was John's fault. And her phone calls tell you about the tone and the destruction of that relationship. 53 phone calls that night. 53 phone calls. Not one to 911. Not one to Jen McCabe, please go outside and try to help. Not one to a hospital. Not one to anybody but him. 53 calls. Slide 12, please. You play voicemail one, please.
Okay, you tell me, is that a voicemail from someone who knows they just committed murder? I don't fucking think so, you fucking douche.
The calls keep coming. Cell phone temperature 72 degrees. He's been outside now, not moving, on that cold hard ground with his cell phone under him. The warmth of his body, the cold ground, 72 degrees. It tells you the story. As this temperature plummets and that cell phone battery is compromised, so is John O'Keefe. And him and his cell phone alone on that yard. 66 degrees at 12:45. It is plummeting. Ian Wickens taking a phone and putting it in a freezer. Not the same analogy. The idea.
Wait, you didn't call your shoes tennis shoes? That's what we call them in Michigan. It's not a southern thing. Just an FYI. We call them tennis shoes too.
That means that John O'Keefe went in the house absurd. 66 turns to 61 is 12:53. 48 unanswered calls from the defendant. He's not in at a party. He's not wrestling with Brian Higgins. He's not in a fight. If he's in a fight, his cell phone would be moving. There'll be healthcare data. There'll be steps. But he got into the house in 20 seconds. And his cell phone is found under his body the next day. And how do you get back outside? There would be more steps. Because this phone is working, but data is the data. There's nothing wrong with it.
Data is the data.
The temperature, the movement. He doesn't go in any house. He can't go in any house. His phone never moves again. Voicemail number 3, please. Listen to this.
John, I'm the only fucking kid. Nobody knows what the fuck you want to fucking murder.
Did you hear that? Nobody knows where you are. It is 12:59. John O'Keefe has been on that lawn for about 27 minutes.
Everyone says they
She
call
hasn't called anybody else. Hasn't spoken. Has no information. Nobody's called her.
The tennis
There's no
shoes.
phone records. And she says nobody knows where you are.
I just call them
She knows.
shoes.
She knows. Nobody does know where he is. Except her. Except her. Why is she asking nobody knows who you are? She is starting to get panicked because she knows she hit him. Not suggesting she meant to kill him or for him to die, but she knows she hit him and now he's not responding and she's getting nervous and she's getting anxious and she's leaving call after call after call. He's not answering. He's not calling back. He's not even picking up the phone. And we know what's happening at this point. Panic, drunken denial, it's setting in. And so then we see the healthcare data from Miss Reed's phone. She doesn't move after 1 o'clock. She could be sitting, she could have fallen asleep, but she doesn't move.
I'll kick your ass.
But she wakes up. She wakes up. Oh, wait a minute. Take that down, please. And when she wakes up, she doesn't call Jen McCabe and say, "Where's John?" She doesn't call Brian Higgins. Has his number. Has been texting with him. Hey, was John in a party with you?
Me too.
Did you see John tonight? She knows
I hate
exactly
wearing
where she
socks
is, and she's
even.
frantic. So she wakes up Kaylee, that young girl at the time.
Oh my
And
God,
she
you
says-
guys.
She's panicked. She can't understand what she's saying.
I'll
Call
kick
Jen
your ass.
McCabe. Call Jen McCabe. Why is she calling Jen McCabe? She calls Jen McCabe. You know what she doesn't say when she calls Jen McCabe? When did he leave the house? What happened last night? No. She calls and says, I left him at the waterfall. I left him at the waterfall. See, now it's gone from penance to self-preservation. I left him at the waterfall. And Jen says, left him at the waterfall? I saw you in front of the house. Click. Hangs up. Hangs up. So then she calls someone that she doesn't know very well. She calls Terry Roberts. But now she has to pivot because someone has seen her in the exact spot that John will be found soon. Whether she's the first one there or somebody else, John will be found. Maybe Lucky missed him. It's a snowstorm. You can't see. But someone's going to find him at some point. So she calls Terry Roberts. It's no longer she left him at the waterfall. She pivots. And she calls, Terry. John's dead. I think he got hit by a plow.
He looks like a beaver.
Why do you think she chose those words? Why did she choose those words? Because she knew that there was a collision with a large motor vehicle, and she had to substitute her 6,000 pound.
Does that? Look at. Oh damn! I tried to pause it at the right spot. When he makes that like funky face when he tries to make a point, his two front teeth, with the way his upper lip sticks out, he literally looks like a fucking beaver.
Lexus for another big vehicle. I think he got hit by a plow.
I am not
And so
muted.
now we have the introduction of John McCabe and Terry Roberts. Phone calls that they probably never, ever wanted. A worse nightmare to get a call like that. For what's going to happen, what they're going to see, what they'll never be able to forget. But because the defendant is John O'Keefe's girlfriend, they wake up in the middle of the night in a blizzard out of their kindness, their loyalty, their devotion to John O'Keefe. And when she calls them and tells them that she wants them to come out, this soccer mom with a perfectly normal life gets drawn into this whole farce, and she answers that call. She gets out of bed. The spirit and kindness she displays to put herself in.
I had to stop this piece of shit. Okay, Joy, how do I know? Because you just fucking answered me. I had to do it.
In that position because someone asked for help, because that's what good people do. Terry Roberts didn't know Jen McCabe. They both knew John. They met each other 1 years before.
Terry, this is me. Listen. He makes me want to rip out all my fucking hair.
Terry Roberts separately at that time answers the call, gets out of bed, drives to go help because they have a common denominator, a common bond.
Yeah.
John Keith. And so you hear and see at 5:07 the defendant leaves Meadows. She leaves, and Kaylee is behind waiting. And you see her back up, and Judd Welch has showed you all of those demonstrations where you could see the unsettled snow in the back. After the bump, you can see the pieces missing. No taillight. There's no taillight on the ground, all the white snow. There's no crack, there's no brake. It's a nudge. It's a nudge. But the taillight has already been broken because when you look at the video, not one little piece, it's still framed, little angle with the light, right? So you take a look, you have to slow it down. You'll see the exact same piece is missing because it's back at Fairview. That's why it's missing. It's not there, it's back at Fairview. And then she leaves at 5:07. She gets to Jen McCabe's about, 5:35. 28 minutes. It's about a 10-minute ride. Where did she go in 28 minutes? Where did she go? We don't know. We don't have data for that. But we know when she gets to Jen McCabe's house, she is panicked, frantic, out of her mind.
I'll kick your ass.
Waking everybody up. Jen McCabe comes down. Can't understand her. Going out to the car to try to console her. Why is she so frantic? Why can't she speak? Why can't she say a word? Because John went out and had a drink and fell asleep on a couch because John would maybe be cheating on her? What is causing this extraordinary duress? Did she stop somewhere in the way by her? Did she just see death? Kerry Roberts comes, take charge kind of person. She pulls him behind. She sees the broken tail light in Jen McKay's driveway, and she decides she's going to commandeer this. We're going to the back to Meadows. You're going to follow me. Leave the car. I'll drive. At this point, Jen and Kerry don't know each other. They've only met once. And they go back to Meadows. They obviously don't find John because he's back at 34 Fairview. And then they start their way towards 34 Fairview. They start driving towards 34 Fairview, and they're looking. And you heard from Kerry Roberts, Jen McKay. They're looking out the window. They can't see a thing. The snow, the blizzard, the weather, the darkness. They can't see anything.
Prairie.
And they're driving and driving, and they decide they're going back to 34 Fairview. And this is remarkable. This is remarkable. When they start their way past towards 34 Fairview, they get close. And when they get close, they can see nothing. But the defendant screams, "Stop, let me out." And they look around and they say, "What? Let me out, let me out." She does not see John O'Keefe. She knows where he is. She knows exactly where he is. She knows where to find him. She knows where to expect to find them because she knows where she left him.
Oops.
She told us. It's only 13 days.
Shelly, I deleted your comment by accident. I have no idea how I did that. Sorry. I have it up on the screen, but I didn't do it on purpose, I swear. Because it's funny.
Driving Jen's in the passenger seat. And I described this to everyone, so you probably heard this before, but John was like a buffalo on a prairie. It was just a lawn in a heap that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a leadership role at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him.
Thank you. A weird shaped lump in a blizzard, and you equate that to John O'Keefe. A weird shaped lump, not like a bush, and that is John O'Keefe. She tells us she knows where she left John O'Keefe. And so they go over to Mr. O'Keefe, Kerry, and Karen.
Peg leg with her fucking.
She's upset, there's no doubt. I am not the second time to deprive her of the unrest and the trauma that is happening.
Look at Paul in the back there.
Things that happened before, but I appreciate the trauma. And they're trying to help him. Guess what happens when they first move him around 603, 604? Ian with him. Data. The cell phone battery gets the cool air, presses on the battery, the cell phone battery drops. Healthcare data. He has not moved since that 22nd. Hasn't moved. They start shaking him. You're going to see, when you look at the records, that healthcare data starts to move. He's been there all night. All night. Nobody else. Her. And so when they try to help him, she says something that is remarkable. She says, there's a piece of grass stuck in his nose. And she plucks it out. And she says when she plucks it out, blood spurts out. We'll talk about that in a couple minutes. Remember that. Piece of glass, pulls it out, blood spurts out. That's what she says. As they try to help John, Jen is calling 911. They would like you to believe there's a conspiracy. That the glass that's found in Mr. O'Keefe's body is somehow from inside the other house. The glass, well, you will hear in the clips. If we don't play it, we'll have all the clips with you. He talks about the fact that he took the glass. He took the glass. She says it. So the Albert house, they don't need the glass. Everybody has the glass. With the straw that's later found on the street, by the way. That's what happens on an impact. Things move. The glass comes with him.
Oh, things move?
Lands in his body. The briefly don't move.
Really? Things move.
Shoe,
Things
hat,
just move because
straw.
why? It just did. I need that clip. Damn it. I wish Maylin was here. I want to get that fucking clip. Upset. Pooper, scooper, trooper, Paul thing. It just did. Because it just did.
Gemma Kay makes a call to her sister, and they say because it registered 29 seconds, a Cellbrite record is not the same as a call detail record. There was no evidence, it was a conversation. No lights go on, there's no conspiracy. You can call somebody, it can ring, it can go to voicemail. They have no evidence, none, that there was a conversation between Jen McKay. The person was ripped out of her sleep to come help, and her sister for some grand conspiracy. And so what happens next is traumatic. Kerry Roberts and Jen McKay see their best friend
Hold on, Joy.
prone, lifeless, frozen, on the ground, and they're living this torment because somebody brought them into this. When they're trying to help John,
Laughing is
there's not
definitely
one
good for the
suggestion from
soul. This
anybody
is what I say
that John ever
every
went
day.
into that house. There's no reason to go into that house because John has
Joy,
never
I
been
got your
out. One
text. Give
time
me a
has anybody
second.
said, "What time did he leave?" I thought he went in there. Not even a whisper of it because it never, ever happened. When they find their friend John, he's not 20 feet off the side of the road, like Mr. Ventura or Mr. Wolf does. He's right there by the side of the road, close by the curb. We have slide 14, please. You can see there's Terry Robert in the middle, and then on the left, you can see where they were. Right off the road, that's not 20 feet. That is a cliff, a stubble, and fall. Remember when Donkey fell, there wasn't snow. It was just the beginning with dusting. It was the cold, hard ground. Remember what Dr. Isaac Wolf told us about cold, hard ground? Causes this type of injury all the time. All the time. If we could go to slide 16, please. Remember the glass in the nose? The glass in the nose. See on the bottom left, that's where the Canton Police Department found the glass. That was from the cup. On the water bottle. And then exhibit 195, matching glass. On February 3rd, the matching piece of glass was found.
Shame on you,
on the
Shelley.
street.
I'm
The
not
matching
even putting
piece of
that up
glass.
on my screen.
The glass that was found with Mr. O'Keefe was found on the street. He didn't fall back 8-10 feet from the road. It broke, and then it shattered and went to the street. I would suggest to you it broke at the time of the collision, and he carried the glass with him, leaving the evidence behind, a trail to memorialize what happened to him that night. Remember the straw I asked you to take a look at that picture, leaving the waterfall 1212, the black straw in the drink on the street.
You're welcome, Terry.
Collision,
Joy, that's
glass,
Terry.
nose, straw, back, hits his head. Can you play the clip on the left, please? 59.
So when John got out of the car at Ryan Old's house, he took my full.
Jeannie Lynn, it wasn't embarrassing. It was fine.
169, please.
So John's laying there, his left and his right eye.
Yay, Terry can hear me now.
That's what the street
Yay.
is. And he had a piece of glass, like perched on his nose, like just wedged like a splinter would be. And it just pulled it. And as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face.
Thank you. 911 is called by Jen McCabe. She's not hiding from anybody. She's trying to help. She's bringing attention to the situation. And when 911 comes, we have first responders. These people are heroes. Some of them, you heard from some of them, they were born to help people. That's what their life
I'm
is
not
about.
putting that
The
up there
detail on
either,
all their
Shelley.
mechanics. They didn't to work 2 hours early for the blizzard, so they get there on time, so you can help people.
Unless it's pointing
These
at
are the
you
core
and not
of
the
our community.
douchebag on
He said,
the
not all.
screen.
This is what he does.
Shelley
He
is a
rushes
nice
to
person.
go help. He's the first person on his knees. He doesn't know this person from anybody. But to him, it's another human
But
being.
see,
This is his passion. Katie McLaughlin.
On my screen, that arrow is pointing right at douche face.
First responder. This is not just a profession, it's her life. Yes, she knows Caitlin Albert. You think she went there that night at a party and set up a murder and came back? And so they tell you what happens at the scene. Some things hard to remember.
Exactly, Terry. Shelley, you said something disgusting about JLR that I even refused to put on the screen. That's not even.
Some things people will never forget. When you're in a traumatic incident, sometimes it's something you'll never, ever forget. And Timothy Nettle remembers speaking to the defendant. I hit him. Remember, he's on his knees. What happened? I hit him. I hit him.
You can't
She is now
handle.
coming to terms with the moment.
Heavens,
Her fear
we just
is
do.
realized. She hit him. She clipped him. She didn't think he was mortally wounded. She panicked. She can't come to terms with this. So she wants to bring people with her to face it. And now she's facing the reality of what she had done. And her emotion is overwhelming. I hit him. I hit him. She speaks to Miss McLaughlin. I hit him. What did I hit him? Could I hit him? Perhaps I hit him. That was earlier. Now she's recognizing what she did. I hit him. And these people are making it up. Anybody that says anything adverse or inconsistent or inconvenient is a liar or a perjurer or in a conspiracy. Or is it that these good people who went there for a total stranger to do their duty to help?
You're making it terrible to listen to
She
this
admitted
asshole.
what she had done. I know that doesn't reconcile with the boogeyman Proctor and the bad government.
Hey everyone, Joy has a message for you. Tomorrow night on Justice Served TV, we are having KY Maverick on the show. He is in need of a lung transplant. The show will be about organ donation. Please be there if you can to support KY Maverick. And yes, I told her, of course, she could put that in there. Yes, please do. Go support Justice Served TV. Go support KY Maverick if you can make it. What time, Joy? Oh, you're welcome, Joy. And Jeannie says, who is he, sweetie? Who is KY Maverick? Let them know who he is. You are always welcome, Joy. Jeannie says, I'll be there. Lots of prayers. And it is at 6 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. So Thursday, 6 p.m., be at Justice Served. Be there or be square. Oh, before I forget, guys, I am not doing my psych night tonight. I am actually going to have Kazi on with me tonight. I'm not sure exactly what time yet. Somewhere probably between 9 and 10-ish. So if you're up and want a little, shit talking gossip, join me and Kazi tonight, okay? Oh, here we go. And KY Maverick is big on X. He is on Maza and other shows to help raise money for people. He is very big in the true crime community. And yes, he is. Yes, he is from Kentucky, Jeannie Lynn. And Terry says, Joy, if I can make it, I'll swing in since I will be on that list one day. Anyways, oh. Well, if that happens, please let us know, and we will do whatever we can for you too, Terry, because we love you. I hope you truly know that. And I really don't want to start this asshole's voice again, but we got to get through it. We have about 25 minutes left.
And I know it doesn't reconcile with no DNA on this piece of that piece. I know it doesn't reconcile with everybody setting up the girl. I know that doesn't reconcile. But the reality is, you have independent, core people who hear her say, I hit him. I hit him. And the attempt is to betray everybody. It's a lie. But you don't have to rely on some of these good people, although you should. You should. You don't have to. Because we have a guy. And it's Karen Lee. Slide 17.
Singles. Did I have my eyeballs right or what? Did I really say
Always,
law
Karen.
enforcement's queen and said it?
Always. We love you.
I know it doesn't fit the theme, the theory, the story, but she tells you herself. She endorses those good people exactly what they had heard. She tells you herself. She hit him. It's undeniable. It's unmistakable. It's inconvenient.
Say that, you
But the truth has a way of seeping up to the daylight. It can be oppressed and
Oh,
suppressed and
really?
pushed down and covered and twisted, but
Okay.
it rises. It rises.
And that's why
And it is
all
not a
the
coincidence.
truth
There's no
about
coincidence
Blake Albert
that
is
Mr.
coming
Nutter and
out
Mr.
now.
McLaughlin hear exactly that. She tells you.
You didn't
And
care
Gemma
about the
Cade,
fucking truth.
when she's sitting next to or standing next to Miss
You
McLaughlin,
cared
she tells
about
you she
the
saw or heard the
big
same
pile of
thing.
money
Remember
you
what happened
got.
to her on the stand when she had the audacity to
A
say,
piece of
I heard her
shit.
say it? What happened to her? This woman who never even wanted to leave her home that day, pulled out into the storm to see her best friend dead. What happened when she had the audacity to say that? And now we know that the defendant herself said the same thing. And the funny thing, the ironic thing is, you will see in a photo when Miss McLaughlin, the firefighter, was speaking to the defendant, Miss McCabe was next to her. Miss McCabe was trying to protect her, trying to shut her up. Don't talk, you're upset, stop saying crazy things. The villain of the story was trying to help the defendant from incriminating herself. The irony. Can we have slide 9, please? This is the battery temperature.
Hey, Joy, can you send me either a link to his Facebook or something I can send to Jeannie Lynn? Thanks.
You're gonna have a chance to look at it. If it wasn't so tragic, it is interesting. It is interesting if you are data. The 29, 12, 13, you'll need the water quality, you reach 22 in the car, 77 degrees, 12:37, about 3.5 minutes after the defendant collides with John O'Keefe. It's starting to go down 72, 12:45, 66, 12:53, 61, and you see it drop and steady up. At 12 or
Hey,
1:36,
Tessa.
remember, cell phone battery under John O'Keefe either struggling for life or he's passed. And life's still warm either way, under him. Doesn't move again until 6:06. It drops down 7 degrees because the women are pulling on him. The cold air is hitting the
Where's
back.
all his blood?
What happens at 6:15?
The
You're
data
gonna see the video. You see
is
it,
the
slow motion, Terry
data.
Roberts goes over, takes up the
Really?
phone. Not only.
Where's all the
He puts it in her
bruises?
pocket, and then 20 minutes later, the next meeting.
Where's the
That's
blood?
not meeting. That's not. That's data.
You
And then
fucking douche.
the ball is fast, but the woman finally and it raises up. 6:15. How can someone conspire to pick up a phone on the side of the yard that's under Mr. O'Keefe's body at 6:15 and know the battery temperature was then
Stop
rise?
getting
Not only the battery
the
temperature
fucking
rise,
sodium.
when you look at the healthcare data, at
It
6:15,
doesn't
you pick up the
change
phone, you know what
things.
happens
You
to the healthcare data,
stupid
right? It
kid.
starts to move. It's data. It's data.
It's data. It's data.
While they're going through this duress, the defendant asked Jen McCabe for yet another favor. Look up hypothermia. Find out how long it takes for someone to die in a cold. And there's Miss McCabe in her winter jacket, soccer mom, trying to help. She has MS. Her hands aren't working. She's trying to type in what's happening during that time. It's a frantic scene. She tells you that. The defendant then wants to run back to the ambulance, so she goes with her, never finishes or completes the input. And then she tries it again. At 6:23, at 6:24. That's what this woman did that night, that morning. Not only for her friend, for her. For her. That's what she did. And what happens to her after? Because the timestamp, when you open the timestamp, it's at the time it's open, and she's in bed at 2:27.
I showed you earlier, Joy, that Terry is. I'm here for cheese. Silly.
And looking up Hockomock Sports because she is so interested in the kids' sports, and that timestamp stays open. And she goes to that tab the next morning when she puts in how long to die in cold. And that's being portrayed that she's in a conspiracy. She gets vilified as a murderer, a soccer mom who came to help. It took Ian with him 5 minutes to show you a live demonstration on how simple that works. But she's not.
Oh yeah, how simple it works after he fucking rewrote the entire program just to take out timestamps that have been used in how many other court cases? Oh, let's just ignore the fact that he had to totally rewrite a fucking computer program just to make your case work. You stupid fuck.
Deleting anything. Jessica Hyde told you it's automatic deletions all the time. You usually can't delete that information. That's not a click and swipe like the good Dr. Wolf Harker knows how to do. This can't be erased. But they still hold on to this. As they argue to you and all the injustices that have been done, they tell you, they want you to believe, or take a flyer on the fact that she looked up how long to die in the cold at 2:27. It is an absolute contrary to the science. There's no basis to support it, but they stand here in front of you. Why? Because every time they say something like that, you look the other way. Don't look at her. Look the other way. 2:27. Look the other way. Don't look at what she did.
They don't charge anybody
Former
with
Super
surgery.
Blocker. Look the other way. Don't look at her. Every time they make those out, oh, she got the glass inside the outer. Maybe in the basement. Look the other way. Don't look the other way. Look at the facts. Look at the
Oh,
data.
really? What
And it
fact?
all
You're
leads
not
to one
looking at
person.
the
There's no
facts.
conspiracy. It leads to one person, the defendant. It's not just the data and facts.
No,
It's her herself. Let's talk about it.
it points right at
Mr.
the
Proctor.
McAlberts.
You were
Nobody
you both
wanted to
put
look
this
at them,
motion
so
early in the opening that
they
this is a
wanted you to
cancer.
look
That's
the other
tough
way.
work.
Pin it on the
I
girl.
will vote for
Remember?
final reaction to discuss. I send you specify the text messages. You should. They're not defensible. I don't stand
You
there
notice I have
defending
no
anybody. I don't.
desire to give
But that doesn't
him
change
any sort of respect like I
the
did
physical evidence,
AJ.
the science
I did
evidence,
not
the
want
data.
to interrupt
terminated.
Alan Jackson because
He
he's
paid a
got
penalty.
more integrity in his
He was
little
held
code
responsible
than
for
this
what he did. He
fucking
should have.
piece of shit
He should
has
have.
in his entire body.
But that doesn't give us free pass. That doesn't change the facts. It doesn't change the physical evidence. It doesn't change the science. It's
Really?
unfortunate. It's distasteful. It's
Right.
dishonorable.
You piece
Remember,
of fucking
Trooper
monkey
Lieutenant was
food.
asked, was the investigation with honor and integrity? And he said it was. Was Trooper Proctor's effort honor and integrity? And he said it was integrity. But he never said honor. That's a man of honor. Military service, dedicated to his country, highest level of clearances to the President of the United States, now a state trooper. He would not say that Trooper Proctor was honorable. Because he wasn't. He wasn't. But it does not, it doesn't create a conspiracy, doesn't invent a dog,
Hold
it doesn't
on.
make somebody in a house.
Now I got to go back and look at it. Hold on. Look at the faces he makes when he scrunches up his nose.
Look at her. Look the other way. 227. Look the other way. I wonder what she did. Is open. And she goes to that tab the next morning when she puts in how long to die in cold. And that's being portrayed as a conspiracy.
He looked like a beaver. Look at the way he looked.
He gets vilified as a murderer. A soccer mom who came to help. It took Ian with him.
The soccer mom. The soccer mom.
Look up hypothermia. Find out how long it takes for someone to die in the cold. And there's Miss McCabe in her winter jacket, soccer mom trying to help. She has MS, her hands not working, she's trying to type in what's happening during that time. It's a frantic scene. She tells you that the defendant then wants to run back to the ambulance, so she goes with her and never finishes or completes the input. And then she tries it again. At 6:23, at 6:24. That's what this woman did that night, that morning. Not only for her friend, for her. For her.
For
That's what she did.
her. For
And what
her.
happens to her after? Because
Oh, I missed it again.
the defendant asked Jen McCabe for yet another favor. Look up hypothermia. Find out how long it takes for someone to die in the cold. And there's Miss McCabe in her winter jacket, soccer mom trying to help. She has MS, her hands not working, she's trying to type in what's happening during that time. It's a frantic scene. She tells you that. The defendant then wants to run back to the ambulance, so she goes with her and never happening during that
I didn't
time.
see it. Hold on.
It's good. I pick up the phone on the side of the yard that when Mr. O'Keefe's body at 6:15 and know the battery temperature was then going to rise. Not only would that temperature rise, when you look at the healthcare data, at 6:15 when she picks up the phone, you know what happens to the healthcare data, right? It starts to move. It's data. It's data. So, while they're going through this duress, the defendant asked Jen McCabe for yet another favor. Look up hypothermia. Find out how long it takes for someone to die in the cold. And there's Miss McCabe in her winter jacket, soccer mom trying to help. She has MS.
Terry, this is why I tell you all, trigger warning, that the word fuck comes out of my mouth whenever it feels like it fucking wants to. Okay? Chastity. So the deleted search never happened, except there's variations of Hoslong to dying cold, and only one of those variations was deleted at 2:27. Exactly, Chastity. I scaring you? Oh, I didn't mean to. That's not scary. Yes, I said he looks like a beaver. Please don't knock our national animal by comparing it to Spanky. I'm sorry, Dar. We played Chastity singing earlier. She's amazing. I'm not putting it up there. Delete that chat. No worries, sweetie. Delete it. It's okay. I'll delete it. I'll delete it. Hold on a second. You can delete your own chat, you know. Oops. Hold on. There. It's deleted. Sorry, I'm so behind now. Blessed Texas. Hi. How are you? Sorry, I swear, just so you guys know, Prego Prego Rock, like from Prego Rock. Oh, Dar's from Canada. Terry, don't insult beavers or weasels. I'm sorry. He does look like a beaver, though. I didn't mean to insult the beavers, though. Sorry. Damn Americans, thinking everyone is American. I know, Dar. Ugh.
Her hands aren't working. She's trying to type in what's happening during that time. It's a frantic scene. She tells you that the defendant then wants to run back to the ambulance, so she goes with her, never finishes or completes the input. And then she tries it again. At 6:23, at 6:24. That's what this woman did that night, that morning. Not only for her friend, for her. For her. That's what she did. And what happens to her after? Because the timestamp, when you open the timestamp, it's at the time it's open, and she's in bed at 2:27 looking up Hockomock Sports because she is so interested in the kids' sports, and that timestamp stays open. And she goes to that tab the next morning when she puts in how long to die in cold. And that's being portrayed.
Right, but it's the only time that's ever been an issue, right?
As a murderer.
Only
Soccer
phone.
Who came to help?
Remember,
It took Ian with him
Swing
5
and
minutes
Whip
to show you a live
had to write
demonstration
a
of how
whole
simple
fucking
that works.
program.
But she's not deleting
We
anything.
write
Just
a
I
whole
told you,
program
automatic deletions over time. You can't
to
delete that
explain that
information.
shit.
That's not a click and swipe like the good Dr. Wolf from Arca knows how to do. This can't be erased. But they still hold on to this. If they argue to you all the injustices that have been done, they tell you, they want you to believe, they take a flyer on the fact that she looked up how long to die in the cold at 2:26. It is an absolute contrary to the science. There's no basis to support it, but they stand here in front of you. Why? Because every time they say something like that, you look the other way. Don't look at her. Look the other way. 2:27. Look the other way. Don't look at what she did. Former Trooper Proctor. Look the other way.
Listening and working, says Blessed Texas.
Every time they make those
Well,
eyes, oh,
do
she
not
got the
work
glass
too
inside
hard,
the outer.
Steve.
Maybe in the basement. Look the other way.
Sorry
Look the
for
other
all the swear
way. Look at
words.
the facts. Look at the data. And it all leads to one person. There's no grand
Look at
conspiracy.
the data.
It leads to one person.
The data is the
defendant.
data.
It's not just the data and facts. It's her herself. Let's talk about Mr. Proctor. You were invoked with this emotion early in the opening that this is a cancer. That's a tough word. Try to evoke that primal reaction to discuss.
Exactly, Kasha.
You should. They're not defensible. I don't stand here and defend impropriety. I don't.
Did
But
they
that
not
doesn't
realize
change
what this was going to bring
the
on
physical
to
evidence,
them?
the scientific evidence, and the data.
All
He
of
was
a sudden
terminated.
saying timestamp can't
He
be
paid a penalty.
trusted. What?
He was held responsible for what he did. He should have been. He should have been. But that doesn't make sense. That doesn't change the facts. It doesn't change the physical evidence. It doesn't change the science. It's unfortunate. It's distasteful. It's dishonorable. Remember, Trooper Lieutenant was asked, was the investigation with honor and integrity? And he said it was.
Oh.
Was Trooper Proctor's effort honor
So you
and
call
integrity?
that
He said,
honor
"It's
and integrity, do
They
you
never
think?
said honor. That's the man
That
of honor.
says a lot
Military
about
service,
you
dedicated to
piece
his
of
country,
shit.
highest level of clearances to the President of the United States, now a state trooper. He would not say that Trooper Proctor was honorable. Because he wasn't. He wasn't. But that does not, it doesn't create a conspiracy, doesn't invent a dog, it doesn't make somebody in a house something they're not. It just doesn't. When you read those text messages, they're
Wow.
hard to look at. It's unfair. It's
I
unfair.
forgot how
If there's a
bad
penalty
this
more than
shit
being fired, well, maybe
shit
that penalty would be
fucking-
deserved. But it has nothing to do with
whatever you want to
justice
call
in
this
case. It just
ridiculous
doesn't. There's not one piece of
statement
evidence,
is.
not one, that we can look at and say, this was tampered with. This was planted.
Yes, we
This was
can.
distorted. Remember when we introduced the challenge at
Oh,
the beginning? I
did
didn't
he
introduce
seriously just say that? Did he seriously fucking just say that? There's not one piece of evidence that we can look at and say it was distorted? Excuse me? Excuse me? What did you just fucking say? What about the
taillights,
fucking
but then the defense did so.
Sally Port video, huh? You
Say,
stupid
this
dude.
was tampered with.
What was that?
Fired? Well, maybe that penalty would be deserved. But it has nothing to do with the justice in this case. It just doesn't. There's not one piece of evidence, not one, that we can look at and say, this was tampered with.
Not one piece of evidence. Not one piece of evidence that you can say was tampered with. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, it's going to come out a lot, blessed Texas. I do not remember that statement right there. What? How did he get away with saying that? Right, Chastity? Not one. He said it twice. Not one single piece of evidence I can show you that's been tampered with. What? I can show you one. I can show you probably 10, not to mention the shit you tried to pull with the sweatshirt and the holes. Oh my fucking... Ooh. My blood pressure is through the roof. Sorry, this is why the fuck word comes out of my mouth. It's the only way to like bring down my blood pressure when I hear shit like this get spewed out of a ridiculous asshole like him. It wasn't tampered with. Calm your ass down. You think you're funny, don't you?
This was planted. This was distorted. Remember when we introduced the taillights at the beginning? I didn't introduce three of the taillights, but then the defense did, so I put them in. Those were taillights that were only found by Trooper Proctor. I did not put that evidence in. Understanding those text messages and appreciating the disdain one might have for his comments. Not that there was any evidence of tampering, not that there was any evidence that it was not true, but I didn't put that evidence before you because we didn't need Trooper Proctor in this case. We don't need Trooper Proctor to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. That's why I didn't introduce that evidence to you. Now, there's been a lot of talk about planting of taillight. We know the taillight wasn't planted because the mechanic, Mr. Proctor, did not go down to Guyton to see Miss Reed until later in the afternoon. We know from the 507 video, we've seen that. We know the taillight was already missing when she's leaving the driveway. When the good Canton police detectives went to do a wellness check to care for those young children, and they went to the house inadvertently, they didn't even know it. The dash cam captured the back of the car. The taillight packed with snow is missing. It's already gone. It can't be planted. At this point, Trooper Proctor's still in his pajamas. He's not even on the case. He's not even on the scene. He's been near the car. And then the Guyton videos themselves, when you close, you take it at an angle and it moves, but if you get the right angle, you can see it's missing. It's gone. Can we have slide 18, please? 507. You can play any angle you want. If you look at this angle, it's gone.
No, it's not.
Already gone. You know where it is? 34 Fairview Road, on the retail.
No, because you see the snow that's on top of the light there, you spanky, huh? Get some new fucking glasses because that taillight has snow on it. If it had a big giant fucking hole, the snow would have went inside of it, you fucking moron.
29, 22, 823. Look at the left-hand side. Look at the left-hand side. It's that
It's getting his voice that does it.
It's gone. And the same thing, when you lose videos, it's a different angle, a little small, you can play that and watch the, let's go up and down and slow it down, you'll see it expands. It's gone. So when you have the Guyton officer Barrows come in here and try to tell you what he saw in the solid report, couldn't have been it. You gotta ask yourself, what interest does he have coming in here in this case?
Yes, he does.
A lot of attention on this case, a lot of people watching. Comes in after, of course, driving all the way out to the defense attorney's hotel to meet the carpenter in so he can get a subpoena. He spends 2 hours driving up and back so that he can conveniently get a subpoena that tells him to appear, which he could have got by fax or in the mail. And so when he comes in, what he says is, that's absolutely not what I saw. Absolutely not. And then he claims that the last time he testified, he made the same statement. I showed him his transcript. And did you see the redness creep over his face? He never said this before. In fact, he testified with the opposite. And so he sits on the stand with a new story after a meeting. We don't know why. But then I show him that black and white photo with the snow, with it missing. I say, is this the way it looked? It's of course before the snow melts out of the salad port so that you can see it unexploded. And he says, yes, he had to agree. This taillight was gone. There's no boogeyman. There's no plant. There's no Higgins at the salad port. There's no one tearing out pieces. In fact, remember I played you a clip and you'll have it where the defendant says, I was picking up pieces, it was trashed in, the bulb was showing, and I was showing Terry and Jen when they went back to Meadows. If you don't remember, listen to that clip, you'll hear it. Unfortunately, there's no ring video when they go back to Meadows. There's a ring video when she leaves, there's no ring video when she gets back.
Oh, just like
And so-
there's no
Yeah.
video of them in the Sally Port, people spontaneously showing up in the middle of the room. Oh, and then there's also all the video from the PD. You know, when Higgins went there drunk. Because he said he wanted to go home because he was wicked tired.
When we're trying to look the other way, we want to find a dog bite. So enter Dr. Russell. Dr. Russell, according to her, nice woman, nice doctor, very accomplished. I respect that. She's the only dog expert in the world. The thing is, we know no idea what that expertise means. She volunteers for the job. She wants to be here. Profile, but she can't explain methodology. What are you looking for in a dog bite? She can't tell us. It starts a year ago that it's claws, it's teeth, and then it's claws, then it's teeth, and then it's I don't know. And then when you look at each of the different parts of the abrasions, she says, well, I can't tell if I look at each one of them, but all the dog is a dog bite. Dog attack.
I have to read this comment. Chastity says, he needs a moral compass. He doesn't need new glasses. I mean, he squints a lot, but I just assumed he was constipated, being full of shit and all. Even Lally is like, blah, blah, blah.
That is the masterful expertise that the defense
All
is
the
bragged about bringing in.
following
Dr. Russell telling
Oh,
you,
no.
because she says this is a dog bite.
I'm gonna
She has never
tell
been in a
you,
forensic
if
situation where
you
she's looked at a
want a
wound and
beer.
identified it as a dog bite before. This is the first time, the only time she's ever done it. And what she says is these are not punctures. Punctures means it goes into the skin, a wound. There's no punctures. And she's sure because she's an expert, so you should rely on her because she's coming in saying she's an expert and she's being presented. Yet, after saying there's no punctures, Dr. Lapasada comes in and she sees punctures everywhere. It's an animal attack. It's a dog. Oh, is it? No method, no methodology, no history of this, no prior testimony that we know
I know,
of.
nefarious.
She says the exact opposite of Dr. Russell. Why is that? How does that happen? So obviously, there is no science to looking at an abrasion and saying where it came from. They give us no detail. They give us nothing that we should rely on. They contradict each other. It's just a picture to look the other way. And so we have now the issue of the defense has said over and over again, there's no collision. There's no collision. There's no collision. And they had a number of witnesses come in to try to say that. And they point to Dr. Scotty Bello, who works at the medical examiner's office. She tells you that she doesn't see injuries consistent with collision. She's looking at this case for 90 days. 90 days. The evidence in this case did not stop. It continued for 2 years. She knows nothing about the data, nothing about the black box, anything about the interviews of Miss Reed. She doesn't know about the DNA. She doesn't know about the shards in the arm or in the clothes. Strike that in the clothes. She knows nothing about that. So in 90 days, she didn't see any lower body injuries. She didn't see any lower stomach injuries, which are very common in car collisions. But that doesn't mean it didn't happen because she, in 90 days, saw a fraction of the information. A fraction. And we know now, argument back and forth for days about lower body injuries, the suggestion is a car accident can affect everybody differently depending on the angle, the scope, the speed. Some people can get plowed over by a car and have no injuries. Some people can get touched lightly and have more injuries. And there was the debate about no lower body injuries. Well, ARCA dispelled that and they dummy test that.
Still have to prove it, you stupid
no lower
douche.
body
And they
injuries. They
proved
did
that
that
he
for us.
wasn't hit by a
And so
car. You
the idea that at the time in
That's
90 days that she doesn't have enough information to say consistent with a car accident doesn't mean there's no car accident.
Actually, that's exactly what it means.
Let me talk a little bit about ARCA. I don't want to waste too much time with them.
I don't want to waste
What
too much time
expert
with the most
who's supposed to come to you?
important
They're not
witnesses in the
the
fucking
arbiter of
trial.
truth.
That's why you
Their
don't want to
opinions
waste
weigh no
time.
more than yours. Your
Because you
comments
don't want to
suck.
talk about the people
There's more
too.
value
That
than an
your
expert's opinion.
entire
Their job is to assist
is
you,
bullshit.
explain what the expertise is so that it's clear for you so that you can make a decision. That's objectivity. You heard words like confirmation bias, objectivity. Mr. Wolf got on the stand. And before we even started, you have to ask yourself, what expert has a court order for text messages and then release the text messages? What expert? What objective expert?
What cop has a court order for their phone? What more than one cop has a court order for their phone, breaks their fucking SIM card and their phone, and disposes them at 2 different places. One at a military base. So it could never, in any way, shape, or form, be confiscated. Like I said, this douche has some nerve bringing up the shit that he does. He's such a fucking hypocrite with zero moral compass, full of shit, weasel. And I'm sorry to all the weasels out there, because he's worse than a weasel.
Uses Signal, an encrypted app, to communicate about the case. Never used it before, hasn't used it since. And so when he did his tests, he used a lower weight arm. Wasn't trying to bash him, wasn't trying to insult him, tried to get him just to recognize that a 9.38 pound arm is less weight than John O'Keefe's metric, which would be 11.8. That's all. And because the lighter arm, it takes more speed to create the same damage. I don't know science, I don't know math very well, but that's basic. It's basic. And he fought me over and over again. Did he seem objective that he was trying to help you? Because Dr. Renschel came in the next day and said, well, you have to adjust for that. That's all I asked him for an hour about adjusting, just like Judge Welcher adjusted. Do you adjust it? And he tried to talk to me like I was making something up. His own colleague had to admit it. Now, it's funny, he admitted it before he got through his credentials. No sequestration order violations. Nobody was coaching him, but he knew enough to come in at the beginning and get right on that point. And speaking of sequestration, remember Dr. Russell on her limo ride over? If Brendan asks you a question, make sure you also answer it. Impede the progress. Slow down the question. Interfere. Sequestration, that is just fundamental fairness for all witnesses, not just some. And so what happens to Dr. Renschel? We don't know. But we do know he comes in here and he tells you that he was not getting information that was helping him the last time he testified. He insisted. I asked him 5 times, was he getting information?
Oh my God, if he hits that podium one more time, I'm going to fucking.
He said, no. And at the end of the examination, he gives his transcript and it's yes.
Oh, he just did
And he
it.
tells us that he's
Oh my God.
I asked him about a lunch, not a big deal. Just asking him about it.
Doing that.
And he says, I have a sandwich and I stand in the
It
corner
doesn't
until I
help you
remind
make
him
a point
that we got video footage from a documentarian and he's in one of the scenes.
because you have
And
none.
everything's changed. So when you talk about objectivity and who to trust, they can come in and say Judge Welcher said this and that. It doesn't make it so. Judge Welcher, Dr. Welcher, never in any report, in any presentation, in any testimony to you, ever suggested this is how it happened. This was how his arm was. This is how his feet was. He was trying to show whether or not the orientation. Could this happen with the angle, with the height? That's all that.
You know what? I could have done that for you with a fucking tape measure. $500,000 for a fucking blue paint kindergarten finger paint experiment.
Test was it was no more. But what they do is they reposture it, repackage it, and say it means this when it doesn't, and we're going to show you why it's not that, therefore we win. That's all that is. It's semantics. Judge Welcher,
Oh,
Dr.
it's
Welcher,
semantic.
never
Oh my
suggested
God.
that.
Oh
And
my
his
God.
work on
That's
texting
why
data,
I
on a
think
cell phone.
I don't
And so what we
remember
have
most of
inevitably
his closing
is we have
statements is because
a
I think
timeline
I
that
just
never moves,
saw
data that never changes, physical evidence that
my
can't be
fucking blood
can't be
pressure
put in
and
that spot
heart rate
without a question.
are through the roof.
We have
now listening to this
inevitably
bullshit.
proof, without any doubt, that on January 29, 2022, Miss Reed was with Mr. O'Keefe and she got drunk. She drank. She was 2 to 3 times over the legal limit. And they went to a party, an after party, and they were fighting. There was a relationship in decline, and he got out of the car, and he had a brief window of life left. And when he got out, and she drove away, she couldn't let it go. She got drunk, she hit him, she left him to die. It's that simple. We don't know exactly how this collision happened, but we have a good idea from the physical evidence, and we know that it happened. Can someone have a collision without lower body injuries? Red slide 19, please. You bet they can. We don't know if this is a body position. We don't know if this is the exact speed, but what it tells us, this is viable. Look at the debris field. Look at his turn. Remember his sneaker on that curve that got lodged against the scooter? Mr. O'Keefe then falls back, hits his head, counter coup, left to die. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt what happened that night. There is no doubt who did it. You have a very difficult task ahead of you when you consider the evidence and you consider the law. Very difficult. There are 3 charges. There is second-degree murder. Ms. Reed, when she chose to drive back at Mr. O'Keefe in that night with a 6,000-pound Lexus, in that anger, 75%, whether she meant to hit him or not, didn't mean to kill him, she hit him. Straight, it is a plain and strong likelihood of death. You would never get back down the driveway if your kids were at the end of the driveway. You would say, well, you're going to kill somebody? You would never do it because you would expect, if you drove at them at that speed, that someone would die. That's second-degree murder. OUI manslaughter, she's drunk, she's reckless. She doesn't even know she hit him. She doesn't even have to know she hit him. But she did. She did. And she left a man who was kind and generous and thoughtful. She left him alone. She left him alone to die. Could I have slide 22, please?
Yeah, and you say that with not a single shred of evidence.
He is not an it. John O'Keefe is not a body. John O'Keefe is not a buffalo on a prairie.
On a prairie.
John O'Keefe is a person. And he was murdered.
Oh my God.
Thank you. All right, jurors, the next step is my instructions to you on the law.
Oh my God, thank God that's over.
So I do have to tell you, even though you just heard the opposing argument, you cannot discuss this case even with each other. All right, so we'll send you back for lunch. It's going to be a shorter
Oh,
lunch.
shut up, Auntie Beb. All right. So we made it through trial 1 and trial 2. And we are going to watch something to cheer us up a little bit while I look for something else, because we're going to watch one more thing today. If you guys are still going to hang with me, because I am going live. If you didn't hear me say it earlier, as long as Kazi G is up for it, he agreed to come on my show tonight. We are going to have a night of shit talking and gossip and laughs. So please join me and Kazi G tonight if you are up. I'm hoping it'll be between 9-10 start time. So while I look up the verdict, because I have to watch that. It's the best. I think a lot of us get very emotional watching that. But while I look that up and get it ready,
My instructions.
We are going to watch something to make us laugh after watching that ridiculous piece of shit. Ham sandwich again. You're good, Shelly. You're fine. Jokes are always welcome. See? KY Cranny gets it, says Shelly. All good. You're awesome. You guys are all awesome. You guys are yay. Okay, so while I look up the verdict, a good video to watch of the verdict, we are going to watch some investigative journalism with Raggedy Andy.
What the fuck is this thing? What is this thing? So I'm going to have sex with this thing tonight. Okay. And we're going to reenact the butt dial. Because again, we're going to give them the benefit of the doubt that maybe that they're telling the truth about this. I entered someone into my phone as Higgins, and we're going to see if we can call them while taking the pounder. And we'll try different positions too.
When he was first confronted, Brian Higgins first tried to claim that it had to have been a butt dial. That term butt dial is used by many of the Commonwealth's witnesses to explain many calls between them and among them. And I've never seen a case where there have been so many butt dials, to be frank.
So,
Mr. Higgins was already locked in. He already testified his phone was on the bedside table. His butt was in the...
Hold on. I gotta slow it down. TV is the funniest at regular speed.
The bed, the phone was in the table.
This is a quote.
The two could not have met, Your Honor. There was no possibility of a butt dial. Also first tried to claim that his phone call to Brian Higgins at 2:22 in the morning was a butt dial.
Okay.
He said that he was awake and watching TV.
but he was called back to the grand jury to testify a second time. The second time, Brian Albert changed his testimony. At 2:22 in the morning, he and his wife were in bed in an intimate situation. He claimed that he had his phone with him in the bed. So now he's claiming that it was during that intimate situation with his wife that he supposedly butt dialed Brian Higgins.
Okay.
He had no explanation, however, for how his phone picked up when Higgins called him back 17 seconds
what about
later.
that?
He had no explanation for the 22-second phone conversation that followed. And it's worth noting that Higgins testified he never heard any intimate noises on the other end of the line either.
Well, in fairness, Brian Albert doesn't seem like the kind of guy that can make a woman come, but that's different. That's a different story. Is there any truth to this? I don't know. So like, okay, so this is Nicole Albert, all right, and it's like, okay, so we've been drinking all day, and you know, we've been married for 30 whatever years, and you probably have mistresses on the side or whatever, and we're swinging, but you need to fuck me right now, Brian. Fuck me. Fuck me, Brian. Come on, let's go. I want to fuck right now. It's 2:30 in the morning. I don't care how drunk you are. Get your dick up and let's fucking go. Fuck me. Okay, sorry. Okay. So, well, let me just check my phone over here. Okay. So then Nicole's going to come, and I guess the phone here. Okay. So then he's going to start off mission.
Tonight, if things go as planned, it'll be between 9:30 and 10, probably.
So he's, yeah, fuck me, yeah. Okay, and then the phone is on Nicole's ass. Yeah, giving it to her. Good. Yeah, give it. Yeah, you like that? Yeah, fucking fugitive unit. Yeah, you like that? You saw me on Boston Confidential, didn't you? You like that, huh? You like that, huh? And then okay, so let's see if I could call Higgins here. Let's see what happens. Right, let's go. Yeah, dude, I can't even get to the passcode part. Yeah, you like that? Oh, you're a naughty girl, aren't you? You're a naughty girl. Yeah, you like that, huh? Huh? Yeah, I bet you do. I bet you fucking do. I can't even get to the passcode part. I can't even do it. So now we'll do role reverse. So then she's gonna ride me this time. This can't be the first one. So now she's gonna jump on me, and all right, we're gonna go like this. So the phone's on the butt. Yeah, you like that? I'm in the gang unit. Yeah. I got a bald head. I shaved my head. You like that? Oh yeah, Brian. Oh yeah, it's so hot. And I don't know. Okay, didn't work. Didn't call Higgins. Okay, now.
Okay, why?
Did Siri do it? So we'll do it like this.
He had a lifty from
right.
alcohol.
Oh yeah, Brian.
Exactly.
Siri, call Higgins. Didn't work. Actually, it did. That worked. So I entered someone as Higgins in my phone. That actually worked. Maybe Siri did it. I don't know. This is investigative journalism.
I love it. Okay. So let's watch the verdict. Oh shit. I always lose the damn it. Hold on. Every time I switch back and forth between YouTube too many times, I lose the audio. It's so stupid. It's not that Duma. I don't know why that just came into my head.
Will the deliberating jurors remain standing? Defendant remain standing? All other parties may be seated.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that 12 deliberating jurors and 6 alternates are present.
Yes.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Foreman, members of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict?
Yes.
Thank you. May I see the picture? Mr. Foreman, have the verdict slips been placed in this
Oh my God, hold on.
envelope in the
Let me refresh.
taken in your presence ever since?
All right, now I'm gonna get pissed. We gotta make this. Refresh. Come on, you piece of shit. There we go.
Will the deliberating jurors remain standing? Defendant remain standing. Be seated.
Your Honor, may the record
Fucking YouTube, get your fucking shit together. Ah! Hold on. Oh my god, it won't pause. Jeez. Okay. I think I got it all refreshed now. I got only one tab open. Now fucking work.
envelope and have they been in your presence ever since? Mr. Foreman, on docket number 2282CR117001, murder in the second degree, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you? No. Do you agree?
Yes.
Do all of you agree?
Yes.
Thank you. 002, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar not guilty or guilty?
Not guilty.
Of.
Is not guilty or guilty about that charge or any lesser included charge? Thank you. Specifically, number 5, operating under the influence of liquor by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. Correct?
Yes.
So say you, Mr. Foreman?
Guilty.
So say you all?
Yes.
003, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar leaving the scene after accident resulting in death? The defendant not guilty or guilty? So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you all? Jurors, hearken your verdict as the court records that you upon your oath say the defendant on 001 is not guilty, on 002 is guilty of operating under the influence of liquor, and 003 not guilty. Thank you.
All right, jurors, everybody please be seated.
Oh my god.
Jurors, we thank you for your service. We're going to send you back. Your service is complete. I'd like to come back and talk to you for a little bit afterwards. So thank you very much.
All rise.
Cheers gives me the chills. Holy
Jurors,
shit.
follow me. Media, please exit the courtroom immediately.
Karen Reed?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Tony,
Hold
not yet.
on,
Not yet.
everyone. Karen Reed. Ms. Reed, can I have your attention? As required by statute, I must inform you that the records regarding the charges that you have been found not guilty will be sealed by the Commissioner of Probation by the court unless you notify the Commissioner of Probation in writing within 10 days that you do not want these records sealed. To request that these records not be sealed, you may use the request not to seal form, which is posted on the trial court's website on mass.gov. I cannot accept the form here in court. You must submit it to the Commissioner of Probation at the address provided on the form. Please be aware that if the records regarding the charges which you have been found not guilty are sealed, you will be unable to access the sealed record of the not guilty dispositions or any other records regarding those charges. If you want copies of any documents regarding those charges before the records are sealed, you should request copies from the court within 10 days. Do you understand? Thank you.
All right, so we need a date for sentencing. Can we do it next week?
We would be prepared to go forward today.
Okay.
Perhaps we could approach sidebar briefly.
Okay.
Why does it keep refreshing? And oh my God, I can't. How can you not listen to that and get tears in your eyes and the chills listening to that? I will never forget how I felt. Yeah, Diggs yesterday surprised me. I thought for sure after they came back in to hear the instructions again, we'd have another Faust verdict. That's what Terry said. Oh my God. That would have been crazy. That Faust verdict is
All right, so Mr. Yannetti, you're ready to go forward today as well?
Yes, please.
Okay, Mr. Brennan, what's the Commonwealth's recommendation?
The Commonwealth moves to sentencing. We recommend a probation 1 year, 24D program.
So the standard that everybody else gets on a first-time OUI?
Certainly.
Okay.
Why does it keep doing that?
We ask that she be treated no different.
Ugh. Sorry about the constant glitching in this stupid video, but I agree. Nefarious. Once you saw Yannetti, it was just like, bam! All the tears. All that tension, like listening and waiting for days for the verdict. Jeannie Lynn says, I bawled so hard I had to pull the car over because I lost it, especially hearing the crowd. Yeah. Yeah, Shelley, me too. I remember exactly where I was at this moment. I screamed and cried, says Shelley. People were looking at me like, what? What is wrong with her? Oh, Dar. You're no. Daddy Reed, yes. I can't imagine being a parent. I mean, we all think about, being Karen Reed and what, how the hell did she go through what she went through with the composure that she did? But could you imagine? No one imagines near as much what Mr. Reed had to be feeling at this moment. All the support that they gave their daughter to have it come back with this is just the amount of weight that must have come off their shoulders at that very second after years and years. Yeah, exactly, Nefarious. Nefarious says, when Hank said we are prepared to move forward today, my husband and I were shocked. So was I. But it seems like he knew she was going to be found not guilty. Well, I don't honestly know what Spanky was thinking. If he thought he did a good job, then he's worse than I thought. He's a straight up delusional if he thinks that. That's why they threw the DUI in there. They knew that's all they had. Yep. Although I think with this jury, if they had not put the DUI on there, I think they still would have got all not guilties. But that's just my opinion. I even teared up when I saw Yannetti, and I'm not a crier. Yeah, I mean, the lawyers, they get personally, when I can't imagine, getting with this kind of case, and then having to stick with it through 2 trials over 3 years, like Yannetti, oh, the relief that he must have felt. I think seeing Yannetti crying, it made me cry even more. Yeah, I agree. I know, at least Bev got a bone out of it. Ugh. Hey, James. Welcome back, sweetheart. I think she should be thrown off the bench. I think they should have got a mistrial. I think Spanky should have been sanctioned and fined all the money he made on this case, since they weren't going to get a mistrial no matter what they did. Spanky pulling that shit with the x-rays and the sweatshirt, he should have been fined all the money he made. Like, this will teach you to ever do something like this again. Just my opinions. Karen has almost completed her year of probation. Yep. She's got what, 1 more month? What date was the verdict? June 18th. So just over a month. Yeah, he should have been thanked for that fucking sweatshirt stunt, and I think he should have been sanctioned for the ARCA bullshit because he knew it was bullshit. Just like we all knew it was bullshit. Exactly, Akasha. I'm kind of mixed on her. How she acted in the 2 trials, and when she did the McGee trial, she was human. Well, it's the same thing that I say about the people who think and say that Spanky redeemed himself with I can't think of her name, but the battered wife who was found not guilty. To me, he will never be able to redeem himself. Never. It's just my opinion. Someone who can literally fuck with someone's life like that, try to send someone away for the rest of their life for a crime you know they didn't commit. You don't get redeemed from that. I'm not going to say, "Oh, thank you, Spanky, for doing your job." He's a defense attorney. He got his client off. That's what defense attorneys are for. That's what they're supposed to do, or at least try. Or try and get them the best deal if they're guilty. So, for the people, and I'm not trying to be mean, but for the people out there who think that Spanky was redeemed by doing his job, I'm sorry. That's not how it works. Not in my opinion. I think he was an asshole. He is an asshole and will always be an asshole. Or when he got the defense caught up in his shit when he lied about where the receipts came from. Yeah, Chassie. He did so much shady shit in this trial. It's just disgusting. He is a disgusting piece of scum. I don't even want to call him a human being because he doesn't deserve to be treated like one. No human being with any sort of heart or feelings or empathy would do this. It is hard to believe, blessed, that it's already been a year. Crazy, huh? Lucy, is that her name? I couldn't remember. I didn't watch it. I didn't keep up with it. I just heard about it when it was going around his picture. Someone, I think it was law girls, not attorneys, got a picture of him sitting on the bench. And then people were talking about, oh, Hank Brennan, he redeemed himself. No, he fucking didn't. He's a piece of shit, and he'll always be a piece of shit. Yep. Terry says he will never be, he never will redeem himself, and Bev forever be known for the KR trials. Yep. He's an evil ass. Yep. Thank you, Nefarious. Obviously, I don't expect everyone to agree with me. Doesn't make me not like it when somebody does, if you know what I mean. Spanky is evil. Yep. Lucy Medina, thank you. I never looked at Lucy Medina's trial as redemption. He was simply her counsel. Her circumstances were heartbreaking, and people looked at him with the same sympathy and empathy. Yeah. Yeah. They looked at him for like he did something good instead of looking at someone who got paid and did his job. He didn't take her case because he cared about her. He took her case because that's his job. Just my opinion. If you think about it, really is crazy. Hank was a defense attorney. They hired hired as a prosecutor. Bev was also a defense attorney. Yeah. And yet they did the worst shit. To a defendant. You're not an asshole, Shelly. We love you. Now stop. We should watch that trial that she was a judge for. It was crazy. It was a crazy, fucked up trial. What was her name? What was let me see. Because that, I can put it on the list. You guys can vote. I'm making a list. I was just going to try and narrow it down. Let's see. Judge. Oh, shit. Come on. No, not AI mode. Judge Bev Noni trials. Let's see. What was the name of it? Shit, I'm trying to. Every time I put in what were Judge Canoni's trials, and all it's coming up is Karen Reed. Funky Cold Medina. Did everyone smash the like button? Thanks, Jen Fox. Please do. Thanks for the reminder. I'm supposed to be doing and telling folks that, and I forgot. Way to go, Jeannie Lynn. Just kidding. You guys are all good. Be careful driving, Akasha. Penny McGee, thank you. I hated all the objections that they got away with. Yeah, exactly. That's why I kept saying I was so sick and tired of listening to Auntie Bev saying, I'll allow it. I'll allow it. I'll allow that one. Can you answer that? And then she'd reword questions that weren't the exact same question that was asked. It was ridiculous. Penny McGee. Yes, I'm going to look it up right now. Hold on. See how long it is. So actually, it's a quick trial. If you guys want to watch it, we can do it. We can watch it on Thursday. I'm sorry, on Friday. All right, I'm going to put a vote. Hold on. I'm going to get a vote going. Stupid StreamYard kicked me out again. Hold on. All right, so what I'm going to do is put up a poll. Okay, so tomorrow we're going to go over the interview that Turtle Boy did with Paula, and then the interview Turtle Boy did with Alan Jackson. And I'm hoping to get permission to go over the interview Runkle did with Alessi and Yannetti. People have said he probably won't care, but I'd still like to get his permission. So if you guys want to, we would start on Friday, and it is a bench trial. Yeah, Chastity, exactly. It's a bench trial. So no waiting around on jury instructions and all of that crap. So it's pretty quick. We'd probably get through it in 2 days at the most, maybe even 1 day. So if you want to, where's my poll? Oh, hold on. There we go. If you want to watch it starting on Friday, put 1 in the chat. If not, put 2. This is Penny McGee with Bev Canoni, bench trial. Probably take 2 days at the most to watch. 1 in the chat for yes, 2 for no. And this is starting on Friday because tomorrow, Thursday, we're going to go over interviews post Karen Reed. Who do I have to ask? Runkle. I wanted to ask Runkle if I could share and go over his interview with Alessi and Yannetti because it's the best interview. Why isn't my poll working? The fuck? Hold on, guys. Oh, there we go. Now it's working. Okay. Love all your content. Thank you, Kat Randall. James watched it with Melanie. I haven't seen it, so it would be good for me to watch. And I don't think Runkle would mind, but I don't know. Yeah, that's what a lot of people have said. Great. I'll rewatch McGee. Okay, well, if it's yes, put 1 in the chat so I can get an idea. There's 18 people here, 16. I can't see. Is that an 8 or a 6? 6. Put a 1 in the chat if you want to watch it. If not, put a 2. Terry says Runkle won't care. Okay. Thank you. See, you guys are awesome. Wait, watch what? Jeannie Lynn, listen to me. It's the Penny McGee trial. It's a bench trial with Auntie Bev presiding. It'll take a maximum of 2 days to watch. It's very quick. So we could probably get through it on Friday. But it may take to Saturday. Just don't edit him out of the video and then put yourself in the video and make it look like you did the interview, because that's what some fucking idiot did to him. Are you fucking kidding? Wow. That is really douchey. I can't believe someone would do that. How do you have the nerve to do something like that? I barely want to stream anyone else's anything without their permission. Like Fervent, I emailed Fervent to play their music. And same with Toy. I emailed Danny and Toy to see if I could play their music. I would never do something like that. Yeah, I was just going to say that. That is fucked up. Oh, Sylvia. Hi. Thank you for the vote, and thanks for being here. Jeannie Lynn says no. No, thanks. But popular vote wins. Why don't you want? Have you already seen it, Jeannie Lynn, or you don't want to watch it? Period. You don't want to watch Auntie Bev, even though she supposedly behaves and is nice in this trial. Out on their channel within like 2 hours of him getting this interview done. Are you fucking serious? Who did that? That's some bullshit. Yeah, he did. He got the first interview with Alessi and Yannetti. It was an amazing interview. That's why I'd love to play it, because it was the best, especially coming right off the verdict, because I think it was the next day. It was within a day or two at the most. It was great. He asked them great questions. It was just very fluid. There was no awkward silences, no weird questions, nothing. It was, and especially interviewing two people at the same time, he just did an amazing job. Don't care one way or another. I just love being here. Well, thank you, Jeannie Lynn. I love having you here. I love having all of you here. Who's Runkle? He is Canadian, dude. You don't know Runkle of the baby? I really like him. I don't get to watch a lot of him, but I do like him a lot. He is a nice Canadian dude. So you're absolutely right, Dart Raider. Are you sure? I missed the first day of that trial, and because of the bench trial, there is not a lot of objections and things. I didn't see it at all, but someone said it. I know it is a bench trial. That I do know. I think Chastity, someone said that it's there's not a lot of a lot of stuff, a lot of fluff, as they call it. Dead serious. I still want to. Who the fuck did that? James says, I doubt Ronco would mind. He's good people. Yeah, he is. Yeah, see, Jeannie Lynn says he is a civil rights attorney in Canada. Really cool dude. Funny and very down to earth. Exactly. Amazeballs. If you guys ever seen Spaceballs, did you guys see that there's a Spaceballs 2 coming out? That just made me think of it. I love the movie Spaceballs. You want to talk about laughing your ass off? If you Spaceballs, oh my god, I don't think we put that on the list. I got to put that on the list of movies, because Spaceballs is just great movie. Hold on, I gotta get my list out. Here we go. Spaceballs. Okay. Spaceballs is added to the list. Runkle's laugh is everything. I love Runkle. He's great. Like I said, I don't get to watch nearly as much of the tubes as I used to, because I hang out with you guys all day. So trust me, I'm not complaining. I just don't get to watch as much as I used to. $69. Stop putting 69 in it. Spaceballs. Space, where nobody can hear you scream when you take one in the balls. What even is YouTube? I have no clue, Shelly. Oh, well then I must have missed it, Dar. Yes, John Candy and Rick Morales. Is that how you pronounce it? Morales? I think so. I read your Spaceballs comment. Silly. Yeah, I didn't see it though, Dar. I'm sorry, I missed it. I'm so sorry. But it's on the list now. It's a great movie. I can't wait to see Spaceballs 2, although I don't know how they're going to do it. I mean, no John Candy. No, well, is Mel Brooks still alive? Rick Moranis. Thank you, Dar. Well, we're going to get you there. Terry, you need something, you tell us, okay? We're going to get you. We're going to get you as far as we can go. As far as we can get you. Because we love you. The only one gone is Candy. Okay, John Candy. I knew he was. I couldn't think. I know Mel Brooks is getting old, though. He's up there. Dodo! Hey, sweetie. Long time no see. I'm so happy to have you here, sweetheart. It's just about the end of my YouTube presentation for today. But Friday, we are going to watch Penny McGee. Looks like everyone voted yes. So, we got 100% for voted watching the Penny McGee trial with Judge Cannoni presiding. It's a bench trial. I have not seen it. Some of you have and some of you haven't. So that's what we're going to watch starting Friday. Tomorrow is going to be a day of post Karen Reed verdict interviews, including Paula with Aiden, Alan Jackson with Aiden, and Alessi and Yannetti with Runkle. And I also have tonight. Oh, speaking of, I texted Kazi, so let me see if he responded about the time. Yeah, says I haven't been. Oh, okay. So he said sounds good, but he isn't feeling that good, so he's resting. So I just have to remind him. So we're gonna do tonight around 9:45, 10 o'clock. We're just gonna talk some shit, spill some tea, however you want to call it, whatever you want to call it. Sorry, just got home. You're okay, sweetie. I just don't get to chat with you as much as I used to. I know you've been busy, though. Just got home safe. Thank you for your presentation. I'm glad you're safe. If anyone else is driving still right now, please be safe on the road, as always. US Lily. Hey, sweetie. Thank you guys for showing up today. I love hanging out with you all. I know it's the end of my presentation for today, but as always, I love you guys so, so much for being here, hanging out with me, having some laughs, sometimes some cries, just some good times. We finished Karen Reed today. We're going to start some new things. I'm going to get my psych nights up and running on a regular basis. And we're going to do those. According to the vote, you guys voted for Wednesday nights at 9 o'clock. But tonight, I'm not doing a psych night. It's going to be me and Kazi G just talking shit. So join us if you can. Friday night is going to be the Laugh Riot Friday night, as always, with Joy and Hippie Chick. I'm not 100% sure on Hippie Chick, but Joy will be here. Malin will be here. I will be here. So be here, be square. Hopefully Hippie Chick will be able to join us too. And again, that's just a free form. We did a skit last week just to kind of see how it would work. It was kind of weird, but hopefully gave you some laughs. But it's just a free form, fun night. Laugh Riot. So please join us Friday nights at 10 o'clock. So you guys have an amazing rest of your hump day, Wednesday. And hopefully I will see you around 10 o'clock tonight. Otherwise, I will see you guys tomorrow afternoon or in the chats. I love you guys. Bye.